Hello, welcome to Smokesteve's International Pub. Today, I'm going to create my own cocktail. Last week I somewhat did with Smokesteve's Duck Bomb, based on the Alaskan duck fart, combined with an Irish car bomb, so I ended up doing sort of a Boilermaker type drink. It's pretty damn tasty. I'm going to switch it up this week. It's a dreary day outside. Winter's holding on, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make something that might remind us all of warmer times, the beach, swimming, summer, bikinis, all the good things. You know what I'm talking about? So this is going to be Smokesteve's Citrus Rum Punch. We're going to use Bacardi. We're going to use oranges and lemons. And I also have blood orange juice mixed with chilled filtered water. So what we're going to do, go ahead and take whatever you want to do. I'm going to go with probably 3 shots, maybe 2, I don't know. 2.5. How's that? Oh wait. Yeah, 2.5. Alright, here we go. And what we're going to do is go ahead and squeeze juice of entire orange right in there. I don't have a reamer. Well, actually we probably do, but don't have a reamer right here handy. And I'm going to go with half of the lemon. That's going to be a lot of citrus. Go ahead and top it off with the blood orange juice mixed with filtered water. We're going to shake it just to give it a mega chill. I've got steak cold. It's stuck. Come on, you bastard. Got it. All right. I'm going to go ahead and grab a straw for this one. Got a little ice in here already because the volume of the mixer a little less than the volume of the glass. Smokesteve's Rum Punch. Welcome to the pub. We'll see you downstairs. Damn, that's good. Hello. Thanks for being here, everybody. I made a drink. Hey, Rich. Hi, Last Dance. Hi, Storm the Pitbull. Cup of tea. Yes, sir. Fat Belly. Georgie. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I could have squeezed them ahead of time, but yeah, I like to do the demonstration, I guess. Whatever. It was, yeah, that's funny. Thanks, wife. It turned out pretty good. I never made it before. It was completely off the cuff. It's right here. I made it probably 25 minutes ago. I made that video. Kind of been a little hectic lately, so I haven't had a lot of free time, but got it done. It's nice to have some sort of a tradition to open up the show with. The music kind of sucked back in. But I'll play more music someday, Spud C. All right, buddy. I hear you. Hope so, Spudsy. Yeah, it was exciting. I hear you, Last Dance. It's riveting. Oops. Got to get the video out of here, which is still in the queue underneath. Right. All right. So it was a, we're getting there. People are saying everything's looking good, Thanks, Last Dance. I appreciate it, man. I self-deprecate my own music. And I do have the 6-string ukulele I strung up earlier, so that baby's ready to go. Can always do that. Hey, John Grammaticus. How you doing, man? And you're right. Yeah, Last Dance. I'll bring the music back. Tough week for one of my favorite athletes of all time, and some people might disagree that he's even an athlete, but Tiger Woods. Poor fella. He brought me just as much excitement as anybody who's ever played sports watching him destroy people on the golf course. I only hope him the best and quickest recovery. Hi, Sammy Cat. Yeah, that's a good one. Dark rum floater. Yeah, Tiger is awesome, man. Hey, George. They don't sell 151 anymore. I think they stopped making it, which was the last I heard. Yeah, Tiger is the man. When he was on his game, it was just unbelievable. Prison review videos. Yeah, that's tough for Tiger. I immediately, no lie, jumped right to the conclusion that he had been drinking. Okay, Rich, you're an IndyCar guy. That's cool, man. What's up, Biscuit? Right on, dude. Biscuit's into the Mars rover, as is everybody, I think. I mean, what's not to be into? It's pretty damn cool. I haven't been up on that news too specifically, but I don't know. Have they found anything interesting? You guys can throw that in the comments there, or we can discuss. If anyone chooses to come on, feel free. As always, the link is in the description, and I can always put it here in the chat for people who want to join. So there you go. I'm going to go ahead and light this joint. Get things rolling here. Yeah. Just looking forward to this weekend. Some weeks you don't, some weeks you do, I guess, more so than others, you know. So, yeah, last week was a good show. We had a full house. Some good conversation. Yeah, right. He got hit in the head with a 6-iron or something before that, Greg. Got a couple people backstage here I'm going to bring on momentarily. Just kind of settling into things here. Yeah, his cute blonde wife went berserk after she found out he was banging Waffle House waitresses. So I'm going to add some people to the stream. Mr. Irate Prostate or Prostate, we're not sure, but
yes, Prostate. It's an unfortunate name that I picked to troll people with back in the day, and it stuck. So
yeah. I came up with mine in about 4 seconds, and it's like 4 years later, and now I'm like Smokesteve. And
but it sounds good. I mean, you're smoking and you're Steve, so you're Smokesteve.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
I like that. You're firing that up, man, right when you get going.
Yep, damn right. And I'll smoke the whole show. That's just it. I enjoy it. My evenings, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go ahead and bring in another guy here, Mr. Biscuit Face.
Hello and welcome to Mars.
What's up, man?
Hello.
Nice. You got the green screen app going?
Yeah, I paid $30 for Chroma thing, Chroma Cam.
Mm-hmm. Cool. That looks awesome, man. You have to put a sheet or something up behind you?
Nope. Just have anything.
Wow. So what is it? Just an app?
Yeah, it's called Chroma Cam, and it's $30 for a lifetime subscription.
And you can pick like hundreds of different images.
You can pick any image you want. I downloaded this off of Google.
Cool. Yeah, that thing's trippy that's on your screen, Irate Prostrate.
Yeah. But I got something better. How about this?
Hey, woo, nice.
All right.
Some jubblies.
Very cool. There are some. There you go. That's a good one. I like that kid drinking the Coke last week. That was funny.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's Ethan Ralph, the one and only.
Who is it?
Ethan Ralph.
Okay. I don't know him.
He does this thing called the Ralph Retort. It was kind of the blood sports era. Big. He hit the big time pretty good. So yeah.
Here you got a Sammy Cat's liking you, Biscuit.
Where is he?
Yeah, I hear you, Last Dance. Right, that's why we never get any women. But yeah, we keep it clean here for the most part. Speaking of clean, though, does anyone recall that craziness on Thursday night? Jesus. Did you watch the show Thursday? Biscuit?
No, I missed it.
It was very interesting, to say the least.
What happened?
It was the subject matter that they chose was kind of wacky on the Thursday night live show for Trigger Warning.
I think I actually watched it Friday morning. Actually, come to think of it, it was about pregnant males,
something like that.
Pregnant basically males shoving fake babies up the bum.
Was disturbing.
It was.
Did you catch it on alt feed?
No, because I've got what they call it, notifications set up. I just clicked on notification. It took me to the YouTube video because it was hidden. It wasn't deleted. It was hidden.
Huh. Oh, it was hidden. Okay.
Yeah. So if you've got notifications on, you can still watch it, like, until they get rid of it.
I got you. All right, let's even out the numbers here. Oops, sorry. What's up, Last Dance?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
What's up?
Yeah, that show was quite a nightmare Thursday.
Yeah. I was entertained by it, but yeah, I mean, it was rough.
Yeah, it was entertaining, but at the same time, it was cringeworthy at almost every other minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Let's see what we got here in the private. Yeah, right. Is that what it was? MPREG? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Male. I think it just means male pregnancy.
Yeah. It's like obviously MPEG misspelled, but yeah.
Yeah, but Hayden, he kind of does it like a stand-up routine. His kind of show. It's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. He gets going on a roll, you know. Yeah, exactly. Topple. It's definitely brighter this week, so looks good, man.
Let me share this out.
The sun outside my house all the time where I am.
Yeah, that's cool. And George was saying it was nice in Florida. Man, it's been shitty up here, but it's coming to an end. We're getting into the good weather here soon, you know?
Yeah, we've kind of transitioned from the 30s to the 40s and 50s, and that's a big psychological change.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're going from like the 20s to the 30s, so that's something, but the 40s and 50s, those days, they stand out. But we've had a few, which is cool.
75 degrees in my house right now.
25, that's like 70 something, isn't it?
No, 75.
75, wow.
I've changed my thing into Fahrenheit for you American guys.
Okay.
Considering.
All right.
I can't figure out centigrade. Celsius.
Got Google for that.
Yep. Fahrenheit. That's what it is, right?
What is that? Oh, is that a...
I just mixed metric and
I got you.
other units.
Right.
It's the kind of lame humor you can expect from me
Right.
until you mute me.
The thing is, I don't get Fahrenheit. What denoted 0 for Fahrenheit?
Yeah, it's a good question. How do they choose the scale? I don't know.
Huh? I
Well,
mean,
you-
at least with Celsius, you've got the 0 as the freezing point of water
Yeah,
at sea level.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you probably invented the Fahrenheit scale too. So go back in your history. Go back in your history, and you tell us why it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
There's a lot of old boys around here that still use inches, though.
Huh. Interesting. But you never do pounds for people's weight, right?
No, I use pounds, stones and pounds.
Okay.
I don't like the kilogram thing for. Maybe it's because ever since I was little, my mum and dad always weighed us in stones and pounds, not with kilograms.
Sounds about right.
Do you have what are your scales? What units are on your scales?
Mine have kilograms, grams, pounds, and stone and pounds.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Now
but I
that's-
have mine in stones.
Yeah.
You can switch them.
Yeah.
Freezing point of alcohol. That's funny, Dunk.
Is that what 0 is?
No,
0 Fahrenheit?
I don't think it is. I mean, that can't be right. I thought alcohol froze at a much lower temperature, like significantly. Let's look it up. Got to know. Got to know.
I think I'm being trolled here
By who?
by Nunk
Oh.
Naylor. Drunk Naylor?
Dunk nailer.
Dunk Naylor.
Freezing. What are you drinking in that glass? Last Dance. The brandy.
Brandy. Brandy to make him randy.
Well, it's brandy. I can't vouch for the rest.
Yeah, it's negative 175 degrees Fahrenheit for
Wow.
alcohol.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot less than 0.
Yeah, that's a long way from 0.
Yeah. Yeah, so 80 proof liquor. I swear I've seen 80 proof liquor frozen before in people's freezers, but I think that happens because
What's 80 proof in percentage? Is that 100%?
40%.
Yeah, 40.
40%.
40. All right, got it.
I think when you see it frozen, that means somebody in the house is sneaking drinks and replacing it with water. So it's probably like, 90% water.
Well, I used to keep my Russian Standard in freezer, and that just went thick. It
Right.
never froze.
Viscosity gets thicker, right?
Oh my God, does it get you more drunk with those little ice crystals in that scratch your throat as it goes down?
Yeah, because only the water is freezing. So theoretically, you could be hitting with a slightly stronger alcohol until the ice melts. But
Yeah.
You guys, Tiger Woods fans? Any of you all here?
Not really, not.
Follow
Yeah,
the
I'm a-
square, but yeah, I'm not a big golf guy.
I'm a fan. I mean, I don't.
I used to root for the guys, but I don't agree with his stance with women.
Well, I certainly. I'm a fan of guys that are competitors, like Tiger Woods, no matter what the sport.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. He was he trained so hard. He was just so good when he was on his game. It was amazing. Major after major, and he won the grands. They call it the Grand Slam when you win all 4, right, in a year.
When you win all 4, yeah, I think they call it the natural Grand Slam when you win them all in a year.
In a year, okay.
If you win 4, like offset, but 4 in a row, then I think they still call that a Grand Slam.
But it has to be in a row.
Yeah, all 4 majors
Right. Consecutively.
consecutively.
Cool.
I'm trying to keep up with irate prostate and his Coca-Cola. And he just never seems to tire of it.
No.
Yeah, that's a gif of
I
Ethan
know.
Ralph.
I figured it out. After 2 or 3 shows, I figured it out.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I've got I use OBS camera. It's called virtual cam,
Uh-huh.
so I can just pop anything in it and just pick a GIF or the. Oh yeah, here's my COVID homage there.
Do you need like some special StreamYard account to do this, or?
No, that's all right. So this is reading what my cam would be.
Oh,
if I had
okay.
right, is instead of my cam.
Got it.
Very similar to what I've got in my background. I've got an app that it goes through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, that is pretty cool.
You're not in the I don't know. Is that the Arizona desert, Biscuit?
I have no idea. It was a free picture on the app.
Looks cool.
I'm going to go back to what I chose earlier and go back to my.
You're not on Mars, Biscuit?
I am now. Back on Mars with Percy.
Oh man, top will always be in a Weisenheimer white privilege sport. Yeah.
I'm more of a motorsports fan.
Yeah. So
MotoGP mostly.
Not Indy.
What?
Indy. IndyCar.
That's an American sport, isn't it? I've not seen it.
What about
Yeah.
Michael Schumacher? He was Indy, right? IRL.
No, that's Formula One.
Oh, Formula One. Okay. F1. I
Yeah.
see. I thought they were the same. I guess I'm not.
Oh, I think in the Indy is smaller. The smaller engines, aren't they, in cars?
Okay, I didn't know that. Learn something new every day.
It's still as dangerous, but
It's Tiger Turn.
only problem with motorsport these days is there's just like with MotoGP, Formula One, there's like 1 or 2 people that win it every time now. Like Valentino Rossi just wins all the time with MotoGP, and Lewis Hamilton wins all the time with Formula One, so you know who's winning.
Yeah, I don't even. I've never seen MotoGP in my life. I don't even know what that is.
Have you not?
No.
It's just superbike racing.
Okay, cool. But yeah, ninjas and like multi-turn tracks and
Yeah.
road
Yeah,
style.
it's not NASCAR now.
Right. That would be bizarre. Like 60 motorcycles bombing around an oval at like 210 miles an hour.
You'd want drag bikes for that though, wouldn't you?
Oh Jesus! One crash and there'd be fucking body parts flying everywhere.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That's the best part.
Jesus. I mean,
As long as nobody gets hurt, the crashes are the best bit.
yeah. I mean, this last Daytona 500, I think, had a couple of huge crashes. Yeah, and it's the guys get out and walk away; they're fine. It's amazing, man. And what was his name? Dale Earnhardt. He died. Did he die at the Daytona? I think he did. Right?
I think so. Yeah.
They had that new technology where they would like click your helmet into the seat so your head couldn't snap forward. And I think he refused to use it because of, he was old school, I guess.
It was too restrictive. He couldn't look around enough.
Correct. And that was what probably got him, man, sadly.
Yeah, I remember the accident itself didn't look too bad on camera.
No, not horrible.
There was a recent one in Formula One where a car went straight through barrier. The barrier was supposed to stop him, and the car ended up splitting in half. Wow. And he climbed out just fine because there was a special cage around where he was sat.
That's nuts, man. Yeah, crazy. What were we talking about just before you said that? I was going to say something. I think to no, the crashes. I had something I was going to add to that about the Dale Earnhardt crash. That's it. Last Dance, you said it didn't look that bad. Essentially, he was going. I I think like 150, and he basically turned at about a 30-degree angle or so and went straight into the wall, So
Yeah.
it was that rapid deceleration that got him.
I have no doubt it was bad, but compared to other kind of wrecks you see where the car like hits the wall and skids down and pieces keep flying off for 30 seconds. It just looked like he went into the wall. It's probably
that's the point, though, isn't it? They're still going for 30 seconds.
That's right. It's the more gradual
the deceleration,
dissolution of energy, whereas when you just go right into the wall, it's just boom right there.
I'm amazed that drivers come out of them accidents when they're doing cartwheels, in end over end, and they still come out with just a few broken bones.
That's insane, man. Yeah, I don't understand. And sometimes the cars with the open hood with the guy's head that's right there, they flip over and his helmet's like scraping on the ground and shit. I mean, damn, it's amazing. Good shit to watch.
Yeah.
No, it's okay, Topple. She was agreeing with you.
I mean, we all know who you are, so it's not like there's any surprises.
Yeah, you don't have to hold back. Come on if you want, Topple. Got that great internet.
And when Topple says fighting over his dollar, he really means $1.
Right.
That's what he's willing to spend.
Yeah, only one comes out at a time. You don't want to have too many out there, Then, last longer. Here we go.
I'm upgrading.
What's up,
hey,
George?
Cypher. I'm upgrading my internet soon. In a couple of months, I'm getting 500 meg broadband.
Wow.
That's good.
Woo.
It's 60 quid a month.
60 quid a month. That's
pricey.
Roughly.
It's 500 megabytes a second though.
Thanks, Topple.
Yeah. What's the upload? What's up?
Upload is 39 megabytes.
Hey, Ari Prostate.
What?
Hey.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey. I forget, do you have sidebar comments on your streams when you run them? I don't think you do you?
What do you mean? Of course we do.
No, irate prostates.
Oh, when he doesn't.
Yeah, I've got a chat, but I don't have one on inside the. I do on one show, occasionally.
And is there a reason for that? Is it just?
Just the way I got it set up, I could put it on there. Is it?
Yeah.
Would you prefer to have it where it's on the screen?
Do you have so many users that the chat would end up flying by? Like,
oh, negative. No, no, man.
I went on. I watched one of your shows for about 5 minutes or so, and I love the interactive feature of having that sidebar. We call it Troll Central, of course.
Yeah. Well, I've got chat on my my YouTube page. That's just beside and that rolls up and down.
Yeah.
But so you're like wanting it on the screen.
Yeah, to troll, and to have fun with the comments.
That's right.
I mean, although you may have, judicious use of language where you know how not to be banned off of YouTube. Whereas if your shows are being, which they are, they're being, what am I trying to say? Not taped. It's not me, I don't think.
Yeah, the AI is monitoring it. Yeah.
I'm looking around like, am I doing that?
I muted him. Biscuit's got a either carbon monoxide alarm or a fire alarm.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. So, I mean, and I guess sidebar comments could be construed as violations, and if you have someone who's trying to get the goods on you in order to get you kicked off YouTube, then, they could use the sidebar.
I've had people like put up super chats that didn't get published because of what they said. So yeah, there's some stuff that old Susan's not allowing now.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you still get the dough from those if it doesn't go up on the chat?
Hell no. They take it and do whatever the fuck they want to with it.
Damn, that sucks, man.
It does. But it's like I prefer Streamlabs. You get it all, and I mean, you pretty much have to be like a hardcore, like I don't know, Nazi thing to get yeeted off of that, off the stream.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So, it's interesting because I'm finding out that YouTube has got the most liberal because of stuff. So I put stuff. I've got it on Facebook, Twitch, and D Live, and of course, and then there's the stuff that's allowed on Twitter. And Twitter has been more. Twitter and Facebook have been more oppressive to me personally in my accounts and stuff than YouTube. I'm like going.
Twitter's infamous for it.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how to Twitter, man. To be honest, I use it pretty much to promote my stuff, and but it's like I don't know, man. I just I'm kind of a laid back guy, and I'm not. I don't like to argue. I'm shitty at arguing on my feet, right? I can craft a decent written argument. I can.
Yeah.
But when it comes to dance on my feet, I'm not good. So,
yeah,
Interesting.
Hey,
I know that feeling.
Hey, Smokesteve. So, what are you planning on doing with your Discord
I don't know.
server? Okay.
I just want to see where it goes.
Okay.
Honestly, I just started it because I thought it would be another place to just get things going. I don't know. It's not that user friendly, I gotta say. But it's got its ups and its downs. Drone Tech really takes a good advantage of his Discord channel. He really does some cool shit with it. So that would be something I'd like to work towards. If a bunch of people were just hanging out and we were like, oh, let's just go live because we're all hanging around or whatever. If the pub wasn't planned or whatever, it could be on any given night, just random. I kind of like that aspect of it. Biscuit's muted. Sorry, dude.
All right. There
My
you go.
bad.
Did you mute because of the alarm?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We didn't want to hear your screams as you're being burned to death.
Right.
It was just my vape that set it off.
No kidding, huh?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just water vapor. What's it to set off? Unless it's optical.
It's optical. Yeah, it's not
Okay.
it's not a heat one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Optical.
Never heard of that.
No, I mean, yeah.
Hey, it's Welshie. What's up, dude? Good to see you.
Hey, man.
You remember what?
I'm just laughing from the memory of Based Welshman's, last presence where he was sort of lying down and
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
keep his eyes open.
Yeah, he's
Laughed whenever we brought him up. And that was good.
Wherever he is, wherever he lives, he doesn't have. He has zero G, zero gravity.
right.
That's right.
Mars.
Mars, yeah.
But yeah, I've been checking out our old buddy Drone Tech, and Based Welshman, he is the man.
Yeah.
Good dude.
Well, this
Highly
is
recommend.
10 days of hair growth. See?
Wow.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Ooh, 10 days. It's not growing fast, but it's growing. I've got a full head of hair, so I grow it in.
So why'd you shave it?
Feeling radical. And actually, along with that, I was having a hell of a time with stuff trying to grow on me, little slow-growing skin cancers that were itching and hurting. They actually were hurt. I had 3 biopsies and 1 full-blown minor operation up there where it was a vertical thing on the back of my head where they had about 6 stitches back there. I did back when I had the Live Leak account, I made a video and put it up, and my head was it was bloody back there. The stitches were bleeding and it was all fucked up. So, but yeah, now everything's pretty much settled down. I think I was actually irritating by continuing to shave it. I had it. I kept it bald for about 2 years. And I kept thinking that I was going to have more slow growing skin cancers taken off my head. And as I just said, I'm pretty sure that I was causing irritation that was then making me, have, basically a variety of somatic disorder where I'm creating the fucking symptoms and then thinking that I've got something.
Right.
It's hypochondriacal stuff, that
Yeah,
kind of stuff. Yeah. So anyway, it feels good. I got I'm actually brushing it. I got a scalp now to brush, a head of hair.
Yeah, I don't think a brush is what you want to use on that, but feel free.
Yeah. Topple mentioned you over here in the sidebar, Cypher. I don't know if you want to.
I did it non dramatically and just eased on out of there.
Cypher's running for city council, and he doesn't want his lively comments to be used against him.
I'm trying to, fit in college as a retired senior citizen. And I don't want the young ones, to hate me any more than they have to.
They already suspect you just because of your age.
That's absolute. And only that nobody's really seen me. I haven't had any virtual, content-rich interactions with them. It's all been to the degree that I have to work on any teams. I've worked on 3 teams now for doing papers. The professors are all into this. I guess since it's business management, the business professors want us to do team-oriented work. So, and the only team interactions that I've had have been text, just emails and message board stuff. I just spent about 5 hours today, and I finished one of my term papers that wasn't due until tomorrow. So I got that one out of the way, and then the other 2 term papers aren't due until the end of next week. So I'm looking good, sitting pretty on my first spring A term.
Nice, man. Good for you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
It'll be Professor Cypher this in another year.
Oh no, just Bachelor Cypher this.
Bachelor's degree.
I don't think because of the other issues that you guys know all too well about me having medical issues, pain related issues. I can't write 5,000, 10,000 word intellectual products. I can't create academic products. I can only create shorter academic products. So
you posted a pretty good alt feed article. That was pretty long.
It's half of it was quotes.
Right.
Copy paste it. I give attribution to what I'm copy pasting. It's not like I'm just faking it, but it is.
Are they throwing any of that woke shit at you yet?
No, only a little bit. Just globalization. The managers are. When they're trying to create managers who are going to manage, large, national, multinational corporations. That's the ultimate goal of business professors, is to create intellectual, output via their students that would go multinational, which means globalization. So to that degree, there's a big thing on multiculturalism and fitting yourself into, the fact that different countries have different business practices, the Japanese.
That's not woke.
Yeah, I totally get that shit. That makes sense, but I'm talking about like
no, they're not throwing the
critical
other
race theory or anything.
Exactly.
No,
like it's shitty to be white. You're a bad white man.
More than the other students, I read other students' output. The way that the message boards work, the professors ask you to post your stuff, the middle term stuff onto message boards where everybody can read what you're reading, and they want professors want you to respond to them. And there are a few students that are into the race theory stuff, into the yeah, there are a few out there, but I'm not going to engage them.
Right.
And this is the new bachelor's program in live leak interaction.
Right.
Yeah, so
is there a proper campus or no?
no, I mean there is a proper campus, but I don't go to it because I'm choosing to do all of my courses virtual, in remote learning stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, what?
They give you a discount for that?
No, it costs more because they're having to use the IT people,
Right.
as part of the core, providers for the services.
And with tests, you just it's all on the computer and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, a clever person could cheat, but I'm really not after the grades. I could give a shit less, what my grade point average can be, so I just want to get the degree itself. As long as I make C's, I get the degree, and I'm not. I'm taking my test honestly, and actually,
there's actually no point in you cheating the test because it's just for your academic study, isn't it?
Well, that's theoretically correct, but for younger people who are trying to get little feathers in the cap, cheating's done quite often, I believe, still.
Oh, no shit, man.
Yeah.
See, that was a really wise point to make there, Vape. Because it's like you don't see that shit when you're 20 years old, man. You're in college, you're partying, hunting pussy down and shit. And then you go to class. It's like hungover, and it's like so yeah, you probably cut corners and not realize you're going to need this shit later on.
Yeah,
wisdom.
Some of the courses you can probably cheat on if you know they're just not something you're choosing or you're going to be focusing on. Maybe something like if you're not going to be in the science field, so Bio 100, I believe everyone has to take that like freshman year at most universities. And that is just a lot of memorization of a big textbook,
Yeah.
Cheating on something like that, yeah, I could see that.
To me, the sciences are much easier than things like English. Like all the nuances of English, like all the punctuation marks and knowing which this, that, there, and thou fucking is.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, if you read the material enough times over and over again with science, you should be able to absorb it. It's all right there, but it's really hard to force yourself to be a good writer. That's just the way it is, and understanding writing and all, like you're saying, grammar and all the breakdown and all that stuff.
I mean, to me, science is much easier because it wasn't a man-made construct like English is or maths is. Science is common sense. You can actually, if all the textbooks for science had disappeared today, we'd have it back in 1,000 years because it's just common sense.
Interesting.
Whereas if we lost language, we'd have something completely new.
What?
If we lost all languages and started again from say caveman time when it was just we'd have something completely new.
Yeah, I guess that's true. We could create a nice science fiction, novel out of that concept.
Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, these guys are on some rugby tangent over here.
Yeah. Some parallel universe going on.
You got some Aussies in there?
No, probably English rugby, I would think.
Okay.
Hey, you guys remember the name of the magazine that Marilyn Monroe, I think it was, first appeared in?
Shaved and Ready?
I think it was. I don't know if that's Marilyn. I think it was called Yank magazine.
Nice.
Yank. Yeah, you yank it, right?
Yeah, I think I think that name fell into disfavor over time.
She was a looker, that Marilyn.
Yeah.
Proper woman with proper woman proportions.
Eat a
It was
peach.
Norma Jean.
So what?
I'm one of those radical people that likes pubic hair on a woman. You know? Oh, snap.
Right.
And I don't eat ass. So don't start
Did we
with
ask?
Well,
I don't
thank you.
recall anybody asking.
Yes.
I like to go downstairs, so they need to be clean.
Oh, right.
The old salad tosser, you. Oh God.
Yeah,
We don't want to get that Randy, do we?
Sorry,
We
y'all.
discussed Randiness earlier.
Here goes. All right, pulling the gunner, man. Come on.
That's right. That's right. No, we have
I'm with Smokesteve's wife.
we have tender ears, tender eyes,
I miss the Smokesteve.
and listening.
Sorry.
That's all right. She's heard far worse. It's fine.
Yes.
I thought that was extremely tame for this program.
Yeah, for this program, maybe. I mean, we generally don't go there.
No, not too much. I like that the old Wild at Heart movie, where
I mean, for Christ's sake, just on Thursday they were shoving plastic babies up the bum.
All right, that's this channel. That's the channel, not the program.
It's still the same show.
Oh, this is our pub. This is like
Yeah, I know.
simulated pub.
All right, so what's the idea behind this channel? So is trigger warning like a bunch of people, or is it just you, Steve?
No, were you around Thursday, Irate?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, but
ahead,
sorry, I'm just gonna. 2 weeks ago when you came on, and you told the Iron Maiden story, there was the guy with the shaved head. I think he had a goatee at the time. Hayden Hewitt.
Yeah,
he runs the whole thing here. So this is like his channel, his YouTube channel.
right.
They did this pub thing for a while, and we're going to give it up. And I just volunteered to take it over from him and his right hand man, Graham, the other guy with the beard, brown hair.
The intellectual output of Trigger Warning Irate Prostate is on altfeed.org. Altfeed's one word and then .org.
Right.
There is a triggerwarning.tv website, but it's been more or less abandoned, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of gone.
And it's all sort of been transferred over. All the activities have been transferred over to altfeed.org.
Yeah, altfeed.
So that has some of their other shows being.
So is this kind of like a bit shoot for British version?
No, it's not that.
Okay.
Not yet, at least. Do you know who Hayden Hewitt is?
Yeah. I was actually watching him earlier today.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's a co-founder of LiveLeak. He was involved in the creation of Ogrish. I don't know. So basically, he's been around
the old Ogrish.
He's been around media and the web for almost 20 years now. So he has ideas and he likes to basically a playground or a place to try them out, and that's what triggerwarning.tv was. Altfeed.org is, and the show he does is just whatever he wants it to be. It's been his talking the last month or so. At the end of last year, he had some great guests on that he interviewed. It was quite good. So
Richie Allen
in
particular,
Emma Kenny
in the third one, Sarah Phillimore. That's it. Yeah.
He had who's
Count Dankula?
Yes, Count Dankula
and Buck Angel.
Yep. Female male porn star confusion. Not sure what, but
if the web citizens had any sense, he'd have 1 million followers. But no, they don't.
I feel you. Oh yeah, well, he's not being boosted by Susan at all. I'm sure. It's very frustrating because back in the day, you could start out with a new channel and get promoted. They would actually promote you, right? To people that watch stuff like what you were making, and then that's
you
boat sail.
You got to pay for your promotions now.
Right. Exactly. That's crazy. We do okay here, but I think because what they really promote is family friendly stuff, right? So they're never really going to put this out there. It's never.
Well, they want to be the next Netflix. I think that's kind of where they're going with that, right?
They're not very good at it, though, are they? I mean, I pay for YouTube Premium, and there's zero YouTube made content.
Well, you could actually rent movies on YouTube.
You can, but why are you paying $11.99 to have the privilege of buying extra movies?
I don't.
Yeah,
you tell me.
Right. Hey, we've got a person to even out the stream, make it 6.
Killer.
He's the golden boy, Mr. Golden Showers.
What's wrong with golden showers?
Nothing wrong with a little yellow discipline.
There you go.
Oh snap!
Urine is sterile unless you have a urinary tract infection.
All right,
Just
pee
saying.
in a cup right now and drink it.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yellow snow cone.
All right. Golden showers. It reminds me of that Beatles song, Golden Slumbers.
Golden slumbers, yeah.
I'm surprised the parody was never made. Golden showers fill my eyes.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Especially when the Trump video was rumored to exist.
I'm pretty sure. I think Paul McCartney bought all the Beatles songs back from the estate of Michael Jackson.
I think so, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So he would probably be all over that little parody song.
Well, parody is fair use.
No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. How you been, Topple? Or Showers? How's it going over there?
All good. Spring's around the corner. I'm happy.
Nice, man.
Yeah. Beautiful day here where I am.
No kidding.
76 degrees outside.
South wind coming through, about high 70s.
Here's something that I don't know if you guys remember or were even alive, but in the 70s, there was a serial killer named John Wayne Gacy that was operating in my hometown of Chicago. And there was a shock jock in Chicago named Steve Dahl, who did a number of things. But one of the things he did was he took Pink Floyd's The Wall and changed the lyrics to be like a spoof of John Wayne Gacy's killing streak, if you could somehow make that funny. And the chorus was, all in all, it's just another kid in the crawl. Now, I don't think Pink Floyd was too happy, but they certainly couldn't do anything to stop him. Nor could the bounds of good taste stop him. So,
No.
it's possible I laughed at that too.
It's possible.
Yeah, I just
40 years ago.
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy.
Sick mind's gonna do what a sick mind's gonna do.
Nightmare of a man he was. Jesus.
Yeah, John Wayne he had it up there for serial killers, for creep shit, man. Like,
yeah,
he would have he worked with young men, young boys and shit. Like, he got to know people, and then he buried them under his fucking house afterwards. And God Almighty. Some of those pictures of the guys down there with shovels and the detectives and whatnot, just
put him in his crawl space.
Yeah.
This conversation once, where's AFED tonight?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, where is the old boy? He'll probably pop in at some point. Hey, do you remember, speaking of the 70s, I just listened to a podcast about this infiltration during like I believe it was the nightly news that happened in maybe Milwaukee or something like that. It might have even been national news where they somehow this guy was just like dancing on the screen for 5 or 10 minutes. That might have been in the 80s, actually.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. He's somehow like hacked the feed or something.
Yeah.
I think it was literally back then he went like really close to the broadcast antenna and like figured out how to manipulate radio waves to get onto the broadcast that overtook the TV or something.
Max
like that.
Headroom incident.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
Those guys are my heroes.
He put Max Headroom on screen, I think, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, crazy. Brilliant, man. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. And they never figured it out. They never caught the guy.
Good. It's a pretty harmless prank.
Right. It was probably an engineer that worked there or for a competitor, that had a but then it became this huge thing. So I think whoever did it didn't want to get caught.
Oh, I love internet lore, man. Interweb. I watch a lot of Wang stuff. He is funny as shit. Great content.
Who's that?
Justin Wang, WHANG.
Okay.
Exclamation.
Cool. Write him down.
He'll talk about like stuff like, what happened to there was a story on Reddit back in the day about this guy that like jacked off into a box over and over and over again. And so he talks about lore from back then.
The old Jack in the Box trick.
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah, interesting. I'll have to check him out. Kind of like podcast style. He does a one subject and then that's the video.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. The one I watched the other day was about there was a sequel to Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 about Chop Top they made about half of it, and he was talking about that. So it's pretty cool. I'm a fan of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, those were good.
Wild.
Yeah, Chop Top. Make my plate, you dog.
Chainsaw chases.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and tweet Aphid. Sometimes he comes right on with a little gentle prodding.
I like the cup of tea Aphid is down doing his clown act.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing, Aphid Lip. I'm sorry.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh, gentle cattle prodding.
Slander most foul.
Excuse me.
Slander. Aphid goes to the old people's home to do his thing, not the kids' hospital.
Why does Golden Showers look like Topple's younger brother tonight?
Why
You look like 10 years younger than you usually do. Is there a reason for that?
What's that?
Is it you look like 10 years younger than you usually do?
Maybe a different light. I'm not sure.
It might be light. Might be spring.
Yeah, that's why you guys keep talking about the 70s. I don't know nothing about the 70s. I was born in 88.
Born in 88.
Well, good.
Topple's actually younger than me.
Young punk.
I thought I was the youngest person here. That's not fair.
Well, when were you born? Oh, cute.
How about 86?
86. Okay. Yeah, 88. You're the youngin', dude. Right on.
God, man.
That's cool. I was born in 76, so I barely remember the 70s. Just caught probably 1 year of remembrance, the last year.
You have a lot of memories of the bands that come from that era.
Mm-hmm.
You either studied them or just been maybe you're old. Is your older brother's a lot older than you, right? Or is he just
I was exposed to all the 80s music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been kind of a classic rock guy anyways, though, Now, Probably a little bit from my brother, but just from myself too.
My daughter listens to music from the '60s. It just cracks me up.
Good tunes to it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Everybody froze.
I don't know if that was is that true that there was a Hannibal Lecter?
Unfrozen.
No, Ed Gein. That's who he's talking about.
Ed
probably.
Gein, right. Yeah, I know him. Yeah. Is he the big dude with glasses?
No, Ed Gein was the hick who was he would just go into town, select a victim, go back and skin him out, and
flannel shirt and a hat,
make lampshades out of them and shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
During the holidays, he would take his neighbor's deer casserole and shit. Yeah, man.
He was a creep.
Wow.
Yeah, and he did make a skin out of his mother.
I think by definition, every serial killer is a creep.
Yeah,
no shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wasn't Ted Bundy considered charming and personable?
Creepily
Right.
charming and personable. Yeah.
Yeah. Beat a woman's head with a fucking.
What if you were just extremely unlucky? Would you still be called the serial killer if you just went through life and just accidentally killed like 100 people in the course of your life? And it was literally every time.
Are you thinking about your defense? Is that where we're going?
No.
Bad luck, man.
I've still got a long life, but
I think after the fourth or fifth accidental killing, something would be done to keep people safe from you. Whether they
you'd be a liability for the world, wouldn't you?
You'd have a hard time moving somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be a governor and kill thousands. So.
Just think of the circumstances of actually accidentally killing people.
Right. What did you say? Showers?
You could be a governor and kill thousands of people in old homes.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, those dominoes are starting to fall, man.
Heroic Cuomo.
Yeah, and Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think. Yeah, they're going to be they're next. So, yeah, the dominoes falling.
By accidental, I meant like you were at a bowling alley and you threw your bowling ball down alley and it hit a beam and it collapsed it on like 10 people, and then a week later, something similar just befalled you.
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You just yeah. I don't think they'd be able to do anything about it if it was something that was clearly an accident every time.
Well, in the old days, they would just get pitchforks and torches. And,
yeah, you're a witch.
You'd be declared a witch and taken care of.
Make sure that you weigh more than a duck first.
I weigh a lot more than a duck, but I suspect. I also suspect I would float like a log.
There was a woman in the 1920s, I want to say, maybe, that was involved with the disappearance of a lot of men and people. She ended up, they now call her a serial killer, but I don't know that she was caught at the time, or if it was like very late in her murdering career. Also a great.
There are a lot of obscure, serial killers out there. If you go into the genre, and look for them, they're just, back in the 18th century, 19th century, 20th century, all over the place. But, when you actually look at the percentage of the population they represent, it's tiny.
Did you ever watch that film called
Aberration? What?
Did you ever watch the film called Voices with Ryan Reynolds?
Oh yeah, that's a good movie. It's hilarious. The dog.
He accidentally kills like 6 people.
Yeah. And the voice, if you listen, man, the voice for the dog is Gary Busey. He's doing an imitation of Gary
You go
Busey.
about the talking animals.
And I can't remember who the other one is. The
The
cat.
cat going, killer Gary. Go on, killer.
But I was, and Ryan Reynolds did all those voices. It was like that was like his, I guess, proof of concept that he could play Deadpool.
Yes.
With all his multiple personalities and shit.
Were fun. They were fun to watch.
Very fun.
I'll have to watch Voices. I hope that it's on one of the two, main.
I think it's on Netflix.
Yeah, I'll have to look for that. I can remember that easy enough. It'll be fun.
I think it's prefixed with it's the voices.
The Voices.
The Voices. Shaker. Just ordering a drink.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, take your time, man. Albert Fish. All right, what do we got here? Okay, I've heard the name. But I'm not familiar with his story. Sounds interesting, though.
Definitely. He was given every legendary name under the sun.
Yeah.
Why did they give serial killers cool names? It just doesn't breed more serial killers.
Yeah, right.
To get infamy and cool name branding.
Yeah,
it's risky. It's risky. What if they give you a name you don't like? You'll become a serial killer for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you got what, like the Green River Killer, the BTK Killer. BTK, like that one is definitely like glorification. I mean, putting bind, torture, and kill in the name. I mean,
yeah, he came up with that name too.
Yeah, he's the one that.
Yeah, he's a control freak. That's it.
He sent the police mail or letters or something.
Yeah, well, he got caught because years later he sent them a floppy disk, which had a tiny bit of information, enough to point in his direction, like a first name and
it was a Lutheran church. Yeah, it was that he volunteered at. Yeah.
I think there was a film plot point where the killer wanted to be famous for what he did, but they purposely put it on somebody else to piss him off. But locked him up anyway.
Interesting. What was that called?
I can't remember, but it was a it was a serious film. I think it had Morgan Freeman in it, and they pinned it on someone else just to piss him off, because I think he was like trying to tell his story to a journalist, and journalist didn't acknowledge him in the writing.
Was that 7?
I don't know. I just vaguely remember the plot.
Well, 7 was the serial killer who killed all of the people with various different, what do they call them? Like
sins. The 7 deadly sins.
Right.
Yeah.
Sloth, gluttony, whatever.
It might be, but all I remember is that he gave loads of clues to police and all sorts, and wanted his name to go in the history books for it.
Huh. That could have been 7. I think there was some of that going on.
7 was good.
It was a good one. Was that the one with what's in the box at the end?
Yes.
Brad Pitt.
Box.
Very, very good.
Don't look! Don't open it!
Right. That was a hell of a scene, man. He did. Yeah. He did good. I didn't think he's not what I consider to be a great actor, but I think he can hold his own sometimes.
Who's that? Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
He's pretty good actor.
His best scene was in Deadpool 2.
We talked about his role in Snatch, a couple of weeks ago. I think Snatch, the movie.
Yeah.
Where he played the gypsy. That's funny as hell.
Yeah, but did you see his one scene in Deadpool 2?
Yeah, it was invisible.
I forgot it.
He was the Invisible Man, and his only scene was a 2-second shot of him getting electrocuted.
He got electrocuted
Flying
to
down
death.
from parachute.
Yeah, his parachute got caught in that power line.
What
Funny
was
as
the
hell.
movie where he played the physical trainer, and all of a sudden he was dead? And it was like, what? Hey, he's not supposed to be dead. I forget. It was a funny movie. It was a comedy.
Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't. Doesn't come to
he
mind.
played a really doofy, physical trainer, and he was scheming, but stupidly scheming, and the plot took him out about a third of the way through the movie. I can't
Anybody?
remember.
What was that movie? Anybody saw? I think 8 Monkeys. Was that what it was called?
Yeah, the one with Will Smith.
12
Not with Bruce
12
Willis.
12
Yeah,
months.
I think it did. It was pretty wild.
Yeah,
The one with Bruce Willis or the series.
it's time traveling, if I remember.
Yeah, they did a TV series based on it, but yeah, this is the one with Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
I think it was
12 Monkeys. I was 4 monkeys short.
Terry Gilliam direct that? Because this is Gilliam-esque stuff at the beginning of it.
Oh, there we go. Yep, those are them. The old.
Oh, man,
Yep.
I'm like 7 for 7.
I remember most of the killings in that movie. They were pretty gross. But it was interesting because you knew they were doing the 7 deadly sins. So you were kind of like, how's he going to kill the next guy? What's it going to be? Oh, the fat guy, he makes him eat like 30 pounds of spaghetti.
How can pride be a sin?
How what?
It goeth
How can
before the
pride
fall.
be a sin?
It goeth before the fall.
Yeah, but pride's a good thing, isn't it? Surely.
No.
I mean,
Terry Gilliam did direct that.
Pride is conceit in this case.
I got you.
Conceit?
Or thinking you're superior to others.
Okay. I see what you mean. Like an elitist type of pride.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Not just feeling good about yourself.
No, it's not.
False pride.
Now, wrath. That would wrath be just being an angry, like vindictive, evil person? Is that wrath?
I think you'd have
Yeah,
to.
it's like
You'd have to
giving you
harm
a wrath.
somebody.
What's that?
I think you'd have to harm somebody for the wrath to count.
Okay. I see. Lust, greed. So lust, that's like after somebody.
We know what lust is. all of us.
Right. Oh, yeah. Gluttony. Envy.
Sloth. That's my middle name is Sloth.
I mean, envy, is it that bad to be envious of somebody who has built a great thing,
You're
or
supposed to be satisfied with what God has given.
I think all of them are okay in moderation.
Part of
Because
a
we all
balanced
have them all.
personality.
However, it's how far you take them.
interesting.
I think Biscuit should be the preacher. All sins are okay in moderation.
Right.
That's my church. That's the church of Biscuit.
Preach it.
Yeah, that's
That
good.
was a series of Preacher.
Sloth
That
takes a
was
lot of
crazy
patience. That's a
series.
good point.
Speaking of Preacher, anybody see Preacher, the series?
It's fantastic. Yes.
Yeah.
Garth Ennis. Same guy that did The Boys.
Yeah.
He did the. You ever see the Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves playing John Constantine?
Yeah.
With the lung cancer in it. That's a Garth Ennis story too.
Oh.
So, yeah, he's a good writer, Irish.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah.
Good series.
It's good.
Preacher's fantastic.
Never even heard of it.
It's to say the least, it's irreverent.
Absolutely, yeah. God takes a hike, and kind of just leaves, and leaves the angels and and then there's this power, this force from the production of an angel and a demon, right? And that force enters his body, and if he speaks it with that voice, you'll do whatever he tells you to.
And they make Jesus into just this retarded imbecile.
Yeah.
Just
Did I?
just
Did I do something to Cypher?
No, you did it to yourself.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Yeah, I swiped my hand across something and the fucking I thought I shut the whole thing off. I was like, whoops.
It's the old side swipe
Like
trick.
a muscle twitch.
That would have been the shortest show ever.
Yeah, I'm not drunk enough to be that rude right now. I can't just end the thing, 9 o'clock maybe, but yeah. Lying? Yeah, lying you would think would be on the list. Yeah, Manhunter. That was the predecessor of the Silence of the
Red
Lambs.
Dragon.
Yeah.
That was a good. I like that version of Red Dragon.
Manhunter. Is that? Yeah.
Red Dragon.
Yeah, and I like the television series take on the Red Dragon story too. I thought that it was. I think both of those were better than the movie Red Dragon. Yeah, Hannibal the series. Yeah, that was great.
That was a psychodrama more as much as anything.
Yeah, it was really well done.
I still can't remember her name just off the top of my head. The
Jodie Foster.
Oh no, good guess.
Keira Knightley.
I'm the one that's in, and I can't remember the series that I want to attach her to. We discussed her a few weeks ago.
Karen Gillan. My.
Yeah, Gillian.
Is it really? Oh, she's fucking fit.
Yeah, I think that's who we're talking about.
The red-haired woman from Doctor Who.
Okay.
God.
You're not talking
Senioritis going on here.
Sorry,
You're thinking of Gillian Anderson, aren't you, from X-Files?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
The old mind reading. The old mind reading. That's right. I'm not the droid you're looking for. Hey.
Those aren't, but yeah.
I've got old Percy here whispering in my ear.
Anyway, she was into Hannibal, and she was under Hannibal's influence. She was always under. I don't know what kind of good drugs those were, but I'd like to have those.
Really?
Hannibal prescribed some great drugs.
Truth be told, Cypher, I heard you say Gillian Anderson a couple of weeks ago.
Good memory. Yeah, Gillian Anderson was pretty good in X-Files, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember.
She was something.
Yep, they're great.
Okay, he's running late. He'll try to call soon, and he loves to use that word "call" for. You're okay.
That's good.
Come on over. I'll put my thumb over the camera. Honey, come. Walk forward.
Now take your thumb off.
Right, I'm going over to get the drink. I'll be right over here. Thank you, darling.
She's smart, It's good to be married to a smart woman who knows better than to get on camera.
Exactly. That's why I don't get on camera. Shit. I'll lose all my subs. I look like a burn victim, man.
You mentioned.
She looks good. She's just shy about this, but she does like to be a part of the show, in the background. And make me a drink every once in a while, which is cool.
Quiet.
Yeah.
This is the quiet time.
Cup of Tea's mentioning Constantine comic. I don't know that. I don't really know what he's talking about, but
I downloaded the Walking Dead comic, and I read through that on an ebook. I didn't realize it were in black and white till I started reading it. I wanted colour.
Are we going to war with Iran? What say you?
No.
No chance.
No.
I mean, truth be told, didn't Trump blow up one of their defense ministers or something like that?
Yeah.
So,
Making Iran great again.
Right. I haven't seen a ton of news on this recent attack that we've done to Iran. Has anyone seen video?
It wasn't. It was in Syria.
Nope.
No,
Syria. It was Iranian target in Syria.
Yeah.
it was very. I'm telling you that some of these
Proxy.
interactions are actually scripted to
right.
to avoid,
Wagging the dog.
False flags.
They're not false flags in the sense that the goal is to avoid more damage than you want. Like, for example, when Trump killed that Iranian guy, the general, that wasn't scripted. I'm convinced that the Iranian response, though, was scripted because they probably said, well, we have to respond.
I deeply suspect it wasn't Trump that killed the guy. It was probably a special forces guy.
Well, it was a bomb.
It was a drone.
Was it a drone?
Yeah, it was a drone.
It was a special forces guy in a cabin in America with a joystick.
Yeah.
Chopper bombs that chopped them up.
You know, it's funny. A lot of those drone pilots were really good gamers and very good on computers. And then they went into the Air Force and remote piloting, man. It's great. It's good shit, man. You do that, you get out, you get a job with Tesla, easy, starting at $125 a year. You know,
There's a decent movie made, about a drone pilot who faced the father of victims of what do they call that? When it's third party victims,
Collateral damage.
That's it. Yeah, collateral damage victims. It's pretty good drama. It's not quite on the B level, but not quite on the A level.
There was that one recently with Anthony Mackie as well, where he's a robot and the drone pilot gets sent to actually fight live.
We talked about that too.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, that was a decent movie. They ran out of special effects money after a certain amount of time.
After they showed Anthony Mackie with a translucent robot body.
Yeah. It's like magically became semi invisible, just like that.
Sounds like Avatar.
Yeah, never saw that. Not 1 second of that movie. What's his name over here is saying we're too broke to invade Iran. That's true, man. We might be
the whole world's too broke.
Yeah, I'd say so.
They've just spent billions on trying to keep the economy going, but they fucked that up too.
Trillions.
Yeah.
Trillions even.
I wish it was billions.
My mind doesn't think on that level of money. I've never even thought of that amount of money.
A billion is 1,000 million, and
I know.
Right.
That's a shitload of fucking money, man.
It is a lot.
Yeah, they're going to do that stimulus package, which is $1,900 billion or $1.9 trillion. Yeah,
but we're all getting $1,400. Woo!
That's right. You're going to get a fart.
Yeah, I was saying to my wife, and don't get me wrong, we're thankful to get it because
getting shit on.
Or if
the usual. I'm sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's people who don't need it as much as there's people who need it, but yet, and those of us who are going to get it, who are close to the not getting it level, we're like, wow, cool bonus, but there's people who are like, this is going to keep them alive, and
no, 14 ain't going to keep them alive.
Well,
they won't pay their rent.
Yeah. Well, maybe it'll help them. A family, say, that gets 30 something, $3,000 or whatever, if they have a kid or two, it'll help them.
Yeah, anything's help.
Those Brits are getting 95% mortgages, like 5% deposits.
Financed 95%.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get those anymore in the U.S.
You can. It's the first.
We can't here. They're just starting it to get the younger kids on the property ladder, because in the UK it's literally a rent state. All anyone under 40 is just renting because you just can't get on the property ladder these days.
Wow. And here in Last Dance, it's if you are a first-time home buyer, you can get that 4%, 5% down payment. But that's it, one time, and that runs out.
That's how it should be here, but they're actually doing it for everyone.
Wow.
Which I don't think is a good idea, because there'll be people who already own homes buying all the homes up to rent them out.
Right.
Well, I could tell you a downside. I mean, the upside is people own homes. The downside is that all this demand for home ownership causes rampant real estate development and all the.
Well,
all the
it'll make homes prices rise as well, won't it?
It will in the short term, but it also provides economic pressure to develop new homes, and
doesn't that also, if that's the case, doesn't it also provide more jobs for builders?
It does. That's a plus. But as someone who's lived in a particular area here for 25 years, it started out, it was kind of rural and charming, and now it's like
completely built up.
It's completely choked with traffic and houses. It's the quality of life is really deteriorating, and so it's, I know you Brits are very you regard your history and so forth is very important, and you don't just let developers run rampant. So
no, we have special parts of the land that are called green belt that you're not allowed to build on no matter what.
Yep.
Well,
you
keep
get
doing that.
Your right to walk statutes. I love those.
Yep.
Those are great. That's a great idea. I wish we could comfortably walk anywhere we wanted around the States. You walk into certain places, you get mugged.
Right.
Not too much mugging goes on.
I thought you meant like rites of passage to walk through farmers' fields and whatnot.
That's what he's talking about.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, there's bridle passageways that go through that have been there before the farmers were there,
Right.
and we have the right to go through those footpaths no matter what.
No kidding, huh? Cool.
Uh-huh.
It is pretty cool.
And we have one path here to get to the beach where they had to say, well, all of you people that don't live on the beach, you get to use this one path here, but it passes by like a multi-million-dollar home. And I know they're just like, you ever seen the movie with the big fat comedian John Candy? What is it? Summer Rental. When they rent the house, they wake up the next day and it's just a line of assholes walking to the beach right by their window. That's kind of what this house is like, man. They had to know it when they bought it. It's an easement, like forever. This pathway is always there, and it runs right next to their beautiful yard, tennis court, and it's just gorgeous. But that's how it works. You got it,
and they get a lot of through traffic for people going to the beach.
Oh yeah, tons, and they have a pool, and they put like a 8-foot tall high fence next to the pool because everyone's like, ooh, what are the rich people doing in their pool area? Ooh, what are they drinking? Whatever. It's,
and that ruins their aesthetics, doesn't it, and drives prices down.
I would say so. It seemed to me that house sold a couple of years ago because it was getting like a really popular place to access the beach, and I think they got out for $2 million. I don't know. The place is probably worth 2.8. The way things have gone now, it's unbelievable.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to reduce the size of the properties on there and make multiple properties on that land?
Well, that's what they did in the old days. The zoning close to the beach was very small, but in the more modern time now, when developers buy them, they'll subdivide into much bigger areas.
Yeah.
Build one house, sell it for millions, rather than build 4 or 5 houses and make maybe the same amount of money in the end. You can concentrate on one, and it's just, I think it's quicker and easier. It's not as dirty.
Oh. And that's why you guys have got nice big houses, and I'm stuck in this little fucking hovel.
Well, not me. I'm in the old school neighborhood where we're like in the old beach zoning here in the beach cottages, which is fine. It works.
I mean, what would you consider a 4 by 3 meter living room as? Would that be like a box room?
4 by 3, so you're talking 12 by 9. That's tiny. Yeah,
that's my living room size.
That's small.
That's small.
Yeah.
That
And
counts.
my daughter's bedroom is 2.5 by 3 meters long.
Okay.
That's small.
8 by 10 or so.
Yeah. Not much bigger than a shed.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean, but you make do with what you have, though. It's a small area, so it's easy for you to keep it up in the mid 70s or whatever for heat. You know, nice. So that's good.
At the minute, I'm down to 60 degrees because I had to keep my door open for vapor.
Oh yeah, the outside door. Wow.
Yeah. So it's down. We're down to 61 degrees.
Cool. What do we got here in the privates?
Sure.
Oh, be right back. No problem. Irate prostate.
He's got some avatars there.
Yeah.
Speaking of prostate, I'll be back in a minute too.
Yeah, no problem. Enjoy. I don't know. What do you guys think about the giving the money away to everybody the way they're going to do? Do you think it's a smart thing?
I think that they put a little bit more stipulation on the cutoffs. You know, the financial cutoffs this time.
It's the same. It's the same.
It's exactly the same. So
Yeah.
everybody's getting it.
150 for a couple, 75.
I've given up trying to, financially, account for it and analyze it. It's not analyzable by myself. I can't figure it out how they're doing it, except that they're just, being unreal about the amount of debt that they're taking on a federal level. It just is unimaginable to me. I remember how ferociously people argued about, the deficit and, the federal budgets over the last couple of decades, and it's all just in the wind right now. It really is.
Right. Yeah. I heard, and this was on NPR the other day, that they said that it's absolutely loaded with Democrats' spending points or spending focuses. They didn't really get into specifics about that, but that I hate when they do shit like that. If they're just trying to help people and businesses, can you just help people and businesses? Right. Now, what I did hear, one of the things was schools. I guess the Republicans don't want to put federal money towards schools. They want that to be state or town. But I don't think that's a bad thing, to be honest, to give the schools some money to get going, get the kids, keep them safe, keep them educated. I think that's a smart move, I don't know what else exactly they were talking about on that, but I'm sure there's some whacked out shit that's tacked on, there always is to spending budgets.
It gets partisan very quickly.
Exactly.
It seems, that the talking points are true, that, a disproportionate amount of impoverishment, on the municipal levels are in the Democrat-controlled districts and states, and that's troublesome. I mean, on another, on the opposite side, I can't, I've researched the talking points that the Democrat side of the domains put out, that the states that are the biggest takers relative to what's put into the federal budget are the Republican states. And so the statistics are massaged by both sides to create, the images that they want to create. And I've just, I had to back out of it, and find creative outlets for my intellect, both Live Leak and Twitter. I just exited and quit them. And I am burning a lot less, time suck activity. I still can't help myself. I do go to sites and observe, and every now and then I'll comment, briefly, but I don't enter into the long, vigorous, hate-filled debates, we'll call them. I
don't know about you, but at this point in my life, I'm past the debate, man, and I'm convinced that nobody is going to change based on any kind of argument I can present to them. So it's a fucking waste of time, and time is a ticking, y'all.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I know that.
Right?
I'm a geezer. I know that.
Yeah.
I'm a pentagenarian myself, so yes, late stage.
Which is that? Is that 60s?
Before that, yeah,
50s.
50 in it.
50.
I'm a sext. Is sext 6?
sextagenarian, yes.
Yes, I'm a sextagenarian.
Cool. Yeah.
It's hard. It's a mouthful. Sextagenarian.
Stop sexting.
That's right. If only I could do a double entendre about sex, but right now that's fairly lacking in my life. Even though I am getting back with the ex.
Let's rejoin that in 5 seconds after I reaffirm how great European Vacation is with National Lampoons, especially when they're in Germany and he's looking for the house and he says sex and they slam the door in his face. But anyways, we've argued about that before, Biscuit. I know
Christmas is better.
You think Christmas is better, right? Yeah. No, never. All right.
Whatever.
No. Anyone else? Okay, let's just do a quick flash poll. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody, who says Christmas Vacation is better than European Vacation?
I do.
1, 2, 3.
I don't know. I can't remember them. I think I've seen them about 30 years ago, but I can't remember them.
I can't remember Christmas Vacation either. I know I loved European Vacation now.
All right. Well, 3-3. You guys win. Christmas wins. It's a good one. It's just I loved European when it was cheesy and dumb. I get it, but I loved it.
Yeah.
What did Europeans not like? Because was it so off the mark, Biscuit?
No, just Christmas was better.
The whole Christmas Vacation and the bonus not coming in thing, man. It's just brilliant. It's a really funny fucking movie. Grandpa farting and lighting the Christmas tree on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I'm a big, hey, look, it's stupid, but it's cool.
Yeah,
I think it's just more relatable. Everyone can relate to a Christmas thing.
Yeah, no doubt. And having that weird cousin,
Yeah. I mean,
weird uncle.
I'll give you this. That was a very, for lack of a better term, myopic movie. It essentially took place inside of the house, a little bit in his office and at his company, but in the mall, the shopping mall, with the kid with the hottie with the garter belt. Great scene. Russ, yeah, but and then you went to European Vacation. They're in fucking Austria, Germany. They're in Paris. They're in the UK. It was cool in that sense to see these countries and to see these asshole Americans just like acting a fool all over Europe. Essentially, it was just getting into the fight in Germany and. Russ sees the chick's boobs, and then they ring the bell when he's getting, to second base. It was cool, but different.
Is European Vacation also the one where they get in Hitler's car?
Hitler's car? You mean the rental car that they get stuck in?
No, they go to a
museum?
A museum and steal Hitler's car.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I don't know.
They get chased by all the Nazis.
just you saying it, I'm laughing at it. That's how good it is.
I don't know, man.
That's probably the best bit. If that's the one in the film I remember.
Yeah, that sounds more like Mel Brooks or like.
Reminds me of the Blues Brothers where they run all the Nazis off the bridge.
Right.
No, definitely Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase is driving Hitler's black mobile thing.
That was in Germany, I think.
Deserted by the
yeah,
but it wasn't Hitler. It was It's these guys wearing lederhosen that he was doing the dances and shit with at a beer festival.
I might be thinking of a different film, but he drives a black car from a Hitler museum.
I think you're combining multiple things together here.
Maybe.
He drives a black car, and I don't think there was.
It was. I know it was definitely Hitler's car because it had a Nazi symbol on the side on the side door.
Oh yeah, you lost me. I'm pretty familiar with that movie. All right, let's bring in our favorite man who is Welsh, the Welshman, previously known as Welshie. Can't unmute Mike until he does it. Sorry. Did he fall asleep while he was in the queue? Come on. Hello. Wake up. It's all good. He'll come back. National Lampoon. Yeah, the original was the best. No question about it. Brilliant. Just so well done. So many great scenes. And when he falls asleep driving and goes off the highway and to the motel parking lot. Great. Of course, the model, Christy Brinkley. The dog pissing on the sandwiches, and Chevy's trying to look cool eating the sandwich. In the background, the old lady's like, I think the dog peed on these. Okay, we got double Welshie. All right, we'll get rid of one. Keep the other.
Which one to kill off?
Okay, let's try that. Hey, what's up, Welsh?
How you doing, chaps? Hi, Steve.
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit shitty, isn't it? Full stop, lads.
Yeah. Yes, sir. What's it like where you are, Welsh? Just the same old shit, different day?
Yeah, it's basically we're under complete lockdown in Wales in the sense that I can't really drive anywhere at the moment. So
you can't even drive somewhere? Like, just go for a drive?
Well, I had an interaction with the police about 4 weeks ago over COVID, and they've just sent me mail to say that they're fining me for walking my dog. Or actually, the offence was unnecessary travel while walking my dog. So I drove a mile to a inner city park to take my dog for a walk.
But it's outdoors. Very little risk of transmission outdoors.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm in my car on my own with my dog, I'm much safer than I would be walking in inner city streets, meeting people.
Seemingly, yeah.
Is that a Boston Terrier?
Yeah, that's my boy.
Nice, cool. He looks cute.
I've just searched Google and I found out where I've mixed it. It was from Rat Race, not from National Lampoon.
Okay, yeah, I don't even know that movie.
It's a John Cleese movie.
Okay.
They're like basically the load of rich people basically bet on who can get to a locker at a train station and back with a key to win some money. And they basically get loads of schmucks to race each other across the country, and they end up stealing Hitler's car in part of it.
Huh. Sounds like an American movie called "It's a Mad, 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 Mad World."
That's a funny movie.
Where a bunch of people are racing across the country to find a treasure that's buried under a giant M. An M, I believe. Yeah, it turns out to be a couple pine trees.
It's a W.
W.
It's a W. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's one of the funniest movies ever made, in my opinion. But hey,
it's a good one.
Yeah, it literally begins with somebody literally kicking a bucket and dying. That is so funny. I love that scene. Good movie. Good choice.
Old school comedy,
You get this for that. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. Well, that's good news.
What's about Jason and the Argonauts? There you go.
There you go. What do we have here? Lady Gaga's dog walker. Yeah, that was some crazy shit.
Yeah, she put a
He lived. The dude lived. He got
Had to have been a 22 for him to get shot in the chest and live.
4 times. Yeah, and lived through that.
Yeah.
Saturday
night special.
Lucky.
She put a £500,000 reward out for the dogs to be returned, not for the conviction of the dog walker of the attempted murder.
And may I add to that? Well, she said no questions asked.
yeah. So I don't care. Just give me Rupert and Fixty back, and I don't give a fuck about the attempt murder. Couldn't give 2 shits. I've made up an email address. An email address was titled IHateHumans.com.
Oh, quickly, just to add to that, the guy could have jumped out with an M60 and fucking laid out the neighborhood, and she still would have said no questions asked. She just wanted the dogs, Fuck everybody.
Well, if he was black, she'd have seen Black Lives Matter.
Oh, there you go. Well, let's bring in a good person who now has his own website. His website is
there he is.
Paperclip.com.gov.
What's going on?
You liar. You don't have that website.
I do. It wasn't taken yet.
What, .com.gov?
I just went there and I didn't see anything by you.
You don't spell out the dot.
Oh.
Wow, you must have been at some sort of an occasion. Look at that fancy sweater.
No. my front yard.
Ooh. Switching it up from the back.
Mm-hmm.
Living it up. Right on, buddy.
I had to get dressed up to go to the front yard.
Yeah.
Just jammy bottoms for the back.
Oh, yeah.
It's a formal front yard.
Yep.
Right. Cool, man.
I got a whole new setup, so I don't know about my mic and everything. If I sound all right.
You sound good.
You sound great.
What did you change?
Camera position has changed.
Yeah, well, the camera's on a tilt, I see. I just kind of rushed in here and tried to get on here real quick. The whole computer part.
Oh, you mean the computer we can't see? I see.
Right. The computer that's running everything.
Cool. Yeah, it looks good. Sounds good. You're a little further away, but that's fine.
You want me to come in for a hug, Steve?
It's up to you.
Actually, I was hoping to get even further away.
Hey, Ben, I've got almost as much hair as you do now. See?
I know, man.
I'm working on it. It's a major project.
Wait, where? Oh, I don't even see. For some reason, your cam don't show up on mine.
It takes a minute. He'll come on. I bet you after like a minute.
Who's that?
For me, you're just a black screen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's not good.
But that happened to me when I accidentally swiped myself off the stream earlier. When I came back, there was no cipher, but just his voice. Then a minute later, he popped on. So,
there he is.
There he is.
Just popped on.
All right.
Wait a minute. I think I still have a little bit more hair than you.
Oh yeah, you got a little bit more.
Nothing to brag about, but
if you don't cut your hair, I'll never catch up with you.
Yeah, my hair just keeps going quicker and quicker. That's the only reason I grew a beard, is so I could have something to style.
Come on, Sniper. Go out and buy a wig and show up next week with the wig on.
A wig. That's an idea.
A wig. Better than a Tory. Oh, the wigs and the Tories.
Yeah, I know. It's just not funny. That's why we didn't laugh.
You guys are too wise for me.
I snickered.
Yeah, you got a snicker.
A snicker.
This is exactly 1 year of hair growth. I had a haircut 1 year ago today. So,
was it short?
I think I have a picture, which isn't that far down my there it is.
You're almost a long hair man.
I know. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That looks like you.
Sorry.
That's funny.
A year, mate.
So
you really went down far in a year.
So you didn't like it, huh?
Oh man, that was a gift my wife sent me earlier. I was cracking up on that.
A mighty belch.
That
No
came
worries.
from the bellows deep.
That's like
Oh shit!
that's a dream catcher belch. Something's gonna explode out of it.
I think I just heard Prostate Man fall out of his hammock.
Y'all remember
I'm struggling to breathe up here, guys.
talking about the movie Dreamcatcher, the Stephen King movie Dreamcatcher? The guy belches, and then about 10 minutes later, he goes in the bathroom, and the eel, the alien eel,
And
pops out of his butt.
You look totally different.
Yeah, that's me 1 year ago to the day, basically.
Here
Yep.
we go. Huh.
That's how I used to roll.
You always take a picture with something in your mouth, Steve.
Seemingly. That was from a video of myself smoking weed 1 year ago today in this very chair. Wow, I've really come fucking far, haven't I? Holy shit. Dare to dream, people. Dare to dream.
You had to have been on the trigger warning when they started doing the pub. Wasn't that much further than a year ago.
Yeah, you're right.
So like when you were jumping on the trampoline, you probably looked pretty close to that.
I had a little more hair than that, but it was coming on. It was growing. It was
I gotta fix this crooked camera.
coming in quick. Yeah, the trampoline's gone. We got a cheap, big, giant swimming pool for the yard. It's in a box, so that's going to go where the trampoline was.
They're the skeletons from Jason and the Argonauts, aren't they, on Irate Prostate's thing?
Yes, they are.
Oh, excuse me.
Not the genius of Ray Harryhausen.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever sat through that whole movie.
It was great.
I think I only remember the skeleton scene.
Which one? Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah.
And the boat going down the Valley River.
Yeah. Yeah. And Talos, the giant statue that animates. And,
Yeah, wasn't there also a what's that one-eyed creature called?
That's in
Cyclops.
Seventh Voyage of Sinbad.
Oh, is it not? That's not the same film. I'm mixing films again.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All those kind of Harryhausen movies, like kind of blend. They're kind of like the same movie, kind of over and over again.
Yeah.
Except for Clash of the Titans.
Good job, Ace.
It
It looks exactly the same as it did 5 minutes ago.
I love that.
I still look crooked.
Oh, that looks good. Flat, level.
Yeah, it's fairly straight now, at least.
Oh, are you like? Do you do this to really get the frame?
I had no time to test all my stuff tonight.
That was I remember that from an old show. Like, I think it was the Andy Griffith show. Some movie producers went to the town, and they were doing this all over the town. I guess, like in the old days, that was how you framed something to see what it would look like. Fucking goofy.
I think in movies, don't they film it like slightly more of the field of view, and then they cut it down post edit?
I don't know. It's a
Don't
good
ask
question.
me.
Probably nowadays because they got such high-powered cameras and stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they do a much further field of view, and then they can choose where they want the actual cut to be.
Sounds right.
Makes sense.
They can frame it better that way.
Interesting. And they can change the framing if they need to, scene to scene.
Yeah, without having to reshoot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. I remember
And they
those
cut
bad
stuff
boys.
out like boom arms that are just in shot.
Well, exactly. Microphones and shit. I don't know Trevor from Grand Theft.
He's going all highbrow on us there.
I think he's the slime ball guy.
Yeah, he's the redneck hick.
Right.
On Grand Theft Auto 5?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh.
It must be the sweat, the Argyle sweater.
I think it's the ball patch more than anything.
Better than gabardine, anyway.
What are you saying? That's not bald.
Okay, the balding patch.
It just my hair has become more and more skin colored over the years.
Yeah.
Hey, Avidlip, are skate parks open where you are?
Oh yeah, I don't think they ever closed.
Oh wow, okay.
The indoor ones are even open, but I've seen videos of not here, but in some parts, I guess they make you wear a mask, and the clear shield seems to be the favorite. And it's just awkward when you see a guy skating with a face shield on it. It just seems weird.
Yeah, I mean, I would think the mask.
It'll look like a riot helmet, won't it?
That's what they look like. Yeah. I don't see what good those things do anyway. Really, to be honest with you,
they're just spatter guards for people that cough.
Yeah.
They stop the particles from going straight into your face.
And they stop you from getting COVID from the guy in front of you. You just get the guy there on both sides of you.
It actually goes like to here, doesn't it? To near your ear, where your ears are.
Well, the air's still got to go get around that plastic somehow.
Yeah, but it does cut down. I think them plastic shields are better than masks.
Do you think so?
No, yeah. I think the science disproved that.
Well, better to wear, maybe not better to prevent infection, but
maybe
protection. Better to wear. I'd rather.
I'll wear both then if you're so worried.
I'm not worried. I wear masks.
Because the mask protects your breathing, but they don't protect your eyes where it can also get in.
I don't know if I believe. I mean, it might be possible, but I don't think that's a big concern.
Oh my God!
The eyes
get in all over the place.
They say that people that wear glasses are 65% less likely to get COVID.
That's right.
I mean, it just seems like most of the people that I know that are super protective haven't got COVID. All the people that aren't very protective have got COVID.
That's right.
Well, I've never got it, and I've just stayed in the house all the time. Perfect protection.
Wear glasses are 4 times less likely to get COVID than those who don't wear glasses.
I mean, I've been in pretty much every type of situation with a mask on, and I haven't got it.
I've been outside a lot, especially this summer when I walked all over the hiking trails, and I didn't wear a mask and didn't get COVID.
Outside, it's not the same. Outside, it's very unlikely you'll catch it outside.
Well, then why is based Welshman getting harassed by the cops?
Well, that's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous.
In the UK, we don't have to wear
they just got it
a mask outside. Only indoors we have to wear a mask.
If you can't smell your own fart, then it's pretty safe that you're not going to get COVID.
Isn't that a function of how potent your farts are?
Well, it's true.
I mean, mine when I'm outside, the air raid siren goes off.
Mine are pretty damn potent, though.
just to add, the reason why I'm particularly getting picked on is because I'm approaching the police on a lot of occasions. So,
you're one of those. What do they call them now?
Auditors, no.
Auditors, yeah.
No. Well, what's all I do is I don't go outside any police stations or council buildings or any of that bollocks. I just take photography in public where I see like sort of authority figures. Or
have I watched any of your videos, Welshman?
You might have. I've got some viral ones going around.
I saw one of a guy who videoed straight outside of a police station, but there were photographs of the police station on the police website, and you were taking nothing else that was actually on the website.
No, I don't do that. But basically, I like what happened 4 weeks ago was there was police stopping every vehicle going into a car park and then questioning them about where they're going and where they're going. I filmed it because they spoke to me. And I made him look like an idiot because they kept on saying I have to answer questions, otherwise I will be guilty of an offence by not answering questions.
That's big in the States for people to do. Not a lot of people, but a subculture of people love to do that. It's the old provoke and record a cop lotto. If they grab you and violate your rights while you're recording recording them, then you can sue them.
There's a
Get money, provoke a cop, get money.
There's good money in America. In Britain, it's not like that. It's not as easy as all that. But on top of that, like that's not what I actually do. I go to protests. I do a lot of live streams, but I do challenge authority when I feel like they're pushing their boundaries or they're talking shit, which is generally all year.
You hear about the latest trick that cops in the U.S. have tried to use to prevent their films from getting on social media?
Yeah, playing music.
Play the music loud, copyrighted music, and then when someone puts it on YouTube, the algorithms will find it and kill
They've done it already. They've done it to my mate about a month ago with a protest. My mate caught a load of police in a police van, no masks on any of them. And apart from approaching him and accosting him, they blared the music on their van, knowing that it would get copyrighted.
So they're using the algorithm against us.
Yeah.
You just gotta edit the video, mute it when you need to. There's a great channel.
Manipulate the video.
The left do that all the time. They were doing it this year down Napier Barracks in Kent, playing music all the time. But don't forget, the police are not wearing a mask in the van, but when they get out the van to face the public, they put the mask on. I mean, the logic is,
It's insane. There's a great channel called Audit the Auditors on YouTube, which
I watch that a lot.
That guy does a good job, man. He gives the police their credit when credit is due, and he gives the citizens credit where it is due. And I find that to be a really well put together channel myself.
Don't you wish the news was that what's the word? Neutral.
What's that?
Don't you wish the news was that neutral?
Correct. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously America's got it like, it's like full stereo, juiced up. America's mainstream media, but the UK's not much different. No one's challenging doctors. Everyone's nodding their fucking heads. They're only interviewing people on the streets that fucking nod their heads and fucking abide. It's just bullshit. Just continue it.
That is bullshit, man. It doesn't make any sense why they would single you out for something when you're not doing anything.
I'm not. What it is I had WPCs and PCSOs, 7 in total, all explained to me that I am not obliged to stay silent, and I have to answer their questions. Which obviously I made a fool of them during the video, and then they knocked on my door 4 times in 2 weeks. They've now posted the mail through my door twice, the same mail, to tell me they're going to try and find me. And it's all because I basically didn't approach them. They did stop me, and I said to the lady, "You stopped me under the Road Traffic Act," and she said, "No." I said, "Well, ta-da." And she goes, "Oh, I got a real police officer down." She goes, "I got a real police officer down." I said, "Well, go on then." I said, "I'll be back anyway now. I'll just park my car up." So yeah, that's how it started. But yeah, if, for example, I was a normal citizen, kept my head down and walked across the road, or when they asked me the questions, nodded my head like a good sheep and said, "Yes, I'm really sorry," right? Then I would be fine. I wouldn't be singled out. But that's why I'm singled out.
That's horseshit, dude.
No fun in that.
Why should you have to nod your head and just act like a sheep? Why can't you question the authorities?
Well, yeah, exactly. And what passed this week, I know a lot of you are American, I think there's 1 or 2 Brits here, but the High Court overturned a verdict saying that you have the right to remain silent. They overturned
that verdict?
Nope, that was passed on the 24th, amazing enough, in my home city of Cardiff.
So now we have to talk?
No. So if you go to the side chat in that green room, I'll put it in the side chat there. It's from the Law Society, and they've literally said that. I'll try and read out the important judgment. Right, let me get to the right bit.
Oh,
He added, there is no general common law duty to assist the police by answering questions, and a person cannot be guilty of willfully, my back.
obstructing. Uh-oh, everybody froze.
I think his back's hurting or something.
I think
something froze.
I think they silenced him. Is what happened.
Yeah.
Cut his internet off.
They found where he was spreading these lies.
They triangulated his signal.
They got the IP, pinpointed.
Poor guy.
I ain't got the backbone
I've done
to
a
back
shadow or two, to be honest. Out there in IP land.
I just yes sir, no sir, and get out of it. And
I'm such a straight arrow though that I don't care if I have a shadow or two. That's okay.
I've only ever been done for traffic incidents. So
I've always weaseled my way out of trouble, and it's always because I've just been as completely polite and nice as possible. Yeah. When you start, it never
fly your ass off.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally.
Well, I could have had my license taken off me completely this one time because I was they caught me dead to rights. I'd gone through 6 sets of traffic lights. I was doing 90 mile an hour in a 30 zone.
Oh,
I was driving extremely dangerously, weaving in and out of traffic. It was 2 a.m. Bear in mind.
Were you hammered?
No, I was going to work.
Oh, well, you were
90. You had to do 90. Well, that's like what
90 kilometers,
70
right?
over here.
90 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone.
Was that on your bike?
It was on a motorbike, yeah. I was on my 2-stroke Yamaha TDR 125. I was doing basically as fast as it could ever go the whole way to work, and I got pulled over.
Girls on a motorcycle, man.
I only got done for the one traffic light.
Yeah, if they caught you for speeding like that in the States, you'd be done for reckless driving.
I
got out of going
because of the time. The road was pretty much dead. There was like four other vehicles on the main road, and I was being very polite. And I said I already had 3 points on my license. They gave me 3 more points, which was the max I was allowed before I lost it. And they just gave me the 1 citation for the red light.
I would think here that would be like double the speed limit, triple the speed limit, I guess. Yeah. So you're talking, if that was a 45, then the equivalent would
Trust
be...
me, if my bike could go any faster, I'll
130? I mean, that would be... You'd be going 90 through a residential neighborhood. That'd be insane. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's an interesting
Were you heavy back then?
Say again?
Were you heavy?
Were I heavy?
What, were you big then too?
I would have been, what, 16 stone? About 16 stone.
Oh.
But I had about 7 miles to go, and I had 15 minutes to get there. So...
Aphid has no idea how much a stone is.
I have no idea.
Oh, probably about 140 kilograms, something like that.
It's not kilograms.
224 pounds. I just did it.
There you go.
A stone is 18 pounds, right? Or something like that?
14.
14, okay.
You're 20 pounds smaller than I am now.
We have an interesting person attempting to join.
Oh, let him in, Smokesteve. It's your chance, man. Come on.
My chance to get screwed or trolled.
Look, if they can do butt babies on the main show, you can bring some guy in here.
They even showed actual penises on the main show.
I didn't get to see it. I everything I saw was censored, and then my son came down when I was trying to rewatch it, and I was like, I cannot be watching this.
Now I just saw the private chat. Is that the person you're talking about?
Let's see.
Peruvian brony.
Oh my god.
That sounds like a good.
I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good.
Hey, Bob Biscuit, what is a brony?
A brony,
Brony
is My
is a
Little
My Little
He's a
Pony
man
addict.
that likes My Little Pony.
They're begging.
on.
That's not a good sign either.
They're Peruvian to top it
No,
off.
I'm gonna stick by my rule.
Do they have no
Yeah.
cam?
They got to show.
No
Yeah,
cam.
and they're begging. That's not a good sign.
You gotta just show yourself, Peruvian brony, and I will.
He's like, yeah, but irate prostate hasn't shown
It
himself.
could be
No,
a she.
he makes the cut though. He
It's
makes
because
the cut.
then. Oh, is it because irate prostate's name is more civil than Peruvian brony?
Not by much.
No, his name is Irate Prostate, not prostate.
No, he said it's because he and I have, we've
Oh, you guys got a thing going.
we've been like on Discord, on
Oh.
drone texting. He's a dude, man. I've never seen Peruvian brony, but I do know this fella, and he makes the cut because he has shown his face. That's Welchie.
Yeah,
Face
usually he's
Welshman,
wasted laying in bed.
which is fine.
Right.
We know
Oh,
there
look,
he is.
There he is. Folks got yeeted, man. But
He's what happened? He's looking through a.
He's got the
He's got the peephole filter. This is
and the
this is-
vertical video. This is a real hoot.
something tells me people haven't seen this angle of him
And
before.
a night vision camera too.
Turn it.
He's Peruvian brony, actually.
You're muted. You're muted, based Welchman.
Welchman's waist.
There we
I
go.
mean, muted.
There we go.
There he is.
Yeah, it was the battery that went, that lads, on my mobile. That's what went, not my back.
All that 5G ate up your battery, bro.
Yeah.
Do you have 5G? Doesn't matter when you're in your own house, right? On your own Wi-Fi.
No.
It does download quicker. I'm not 100%. I mean, I've got it in Cardiff. They got 5G in Cardiff, so
But when you're at home, you have a Wi-Fi, right?
yeah.
That should be a lot faster than even 5G.
Right.
Well, this phone downloads videos far faster than my S10 Plus 4G one. Like much faster. Like I would say, like a 5-minute video would take about a minute and a half.
Interesting. That's pretty quick. I don't know about this brownie.
Aphid. Accepting bribes now, are we?
Hey, Fidlip's trying to sell
that's
access.
funny.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Oh, he's gone now. He's left. He's gone from the queue.
Maybe he's going to work on his cam.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of messing with people's money, I got my credit card statement today, and 2 more iPad laptops were ordered.
No way.
So I spent another hour on the phone with Amazon today. And you would think Amazon, in the middle of going through all this, they locked my account out. They had my credit card info, and they still allowed 2 more purchases.
Don't you have 2-factor authentication?
I did, and they had to shut that off when they went to. It was on there when
Are
I
you
got
sure
the
you were
Amazon
talking to
credit.
Amazon when you were doing this?
I know. I don't wonder.
You're just giving people your 2-factor information.
How did the fraudsters get hold of your information?
Yeah,
I don't know. I kept getting these because I had the 2-point verification on there, and I kept getting in the middle of the night. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. Are you trying to purchase this or whatever? And I said, it said somebody's trying to access your account, is what it said, and I from a different device. Do you agree? And I kept saying no, and somehow they figured it out. And
You sure there's someone not in your house that's buying these?
they gave me the address of the person that it got delivered to too, which I'm sure she was not supposed to do that.
You're sure Junior's not slinging iPads on the side when you
Yeah.
raised him?
He's got I tell you what, he's got some rental apartment in the absolute hood of St. Louis if he does, because that's where it was delivered to.
Right.
That happened to me too, man.
Did it? Oh, that sucks,
yeah.
man. I mean, they're taking care of it. So my wife and my son was all worried about it. I'm like, what are you worried about?
Yeah, some asshole in Canada was like, buying a shitload of expensive clothes, right? I was like, oh,
Wow.
nope, that's not me, dude.
I'm like, if you got the address, why don't you send the cops over there right now? And she was obviously in India or something. I could hear roosters in the background.
Right.
I was like, are you kidding me? What are you sitting on a farm?
Yeah, like back when Howard Stern used to be funny, and he'd have like a Latin American person talking, and he would play the clucking chickens in the background. You could do that back then; it was fucking hilarious. But now, no bueno, hombre.
Is he not funny now?
Oh, he's good still. He's entertaining. He's just different, you know. It's more of an interview-focused show, but he still calls people out for some stuff.
He hates Trump.
He hates Trump, and he
knows Trump.
He's an absolute COVID maniac of COVID paranoia and all that.
What a white
He's always been like a germaphobe and all that.
Exactly.
I caught him when COVID first locked everything down in New York, and they had Sirius free for like 2 weeks or something. And I caught him for that period of time, and he was like telling his parents that they need to clean their mail or something.
Yeah,
or the dad was reading the newspaper or something. He's like, Dad, throw those newspapers out.
It's funny, huh? What people focused on early on. We would Lysol our packages and shit sometimes.
Same here.
I got a dip, y'all. I don't mean to interrupt, but
that's all right.
See y'all later, and we're having fun tomorrow on my channel. Come by, and I'll be talking to a dude named Dr. Functional. He's pretty funny. So anyway,
hey, cool. Good having you, Rusty.
All right, and I'm gonna put Chad on that thing for you, man. Okay.
There you go, Cypher.
Thank you,
chat
sir.
works, man. Always
Ladies
chat.
and gentlemen.
All right, brother. Take care, Irate.
So,
All right, good guy. Like having him.
Yep.
Good guest.
Does he still have is Stuttering John still alive even?
Melendez is alive and obvious. He's long gone. All the whole crew is different now. Gary is still his main producer, Delabate, the fucking horse-tooth jackass who's but now they have this guy. Robin's there. She's great. She survived some illnesses over the last few years, so I love Robin. But he's got this guy called Sour Shoes. I don't know if any of you guys have heard him. He does impressions. He does a Gary Delabate impression where I didn't even know it was an impression when I first heard it. It was so fucking good, man. Check him out sometime if you want to do a Google search. Sour Shoes, amazing.
Sour Shoes.
He does some killer stuff, man. The guy is brilliant. He lives in he's a classic whack packer. You know, he lives in his parents' basement. He does impressions. He works at McDonald's. But he's fucking brilliant, man. He just so good at what he does.
Fred's still a sound guy too, isn't he?
Who?
Fred?
Fred's the man on the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
back in the heyday when Stern was, the thing, and you had those Howard Stern callers that would, pierce the stuffy newsrooms and call in on shows. That was just wonderful. I remember when they were doing the 24/7 of JFK Jr. when he crashed his plane.
Right.
And and it's just who the fuck is JFK Jr. Right? Okay, you could report it, but they're doing like 24 hours. So some Howard Stern caller calls up, and the press is, we have an eyewitness who's actually who was there on the scene in his boat, and the guy leads him on for a while, and he says, yeah, and I saw some luggage, yeah. How'd you know it was from the plane? Well, it said Baba Booey on it.
Right. Yeah.
That's after like 20 minutes they had him on the air.
Yeah. That guy's famous who does that. I can't remember his name right now, but
Captain Yanks.
Cap, that's him. Cap, yeah. He's gotten onto many news. Sometimes the news broadcasters are like, this is a really solemn moment, and we're very sorry that happened.
Yeah,
Captain Jenks is like, "Fuck you, I'll do it again."
You should look. You if you haven't heard of him, anyone here, honestly, you really want to look up his videos. He's spoofed the mainstream media dozens of times, and like the chap was just saying then. He normally says there's a big swift flame coming from Howard Stern's arse or something, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, man.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah, he was reporting on forest fires. He said he was some chief, some fire chief or something. And he said, I just seen a big flame coming from Howard Stern's ass.
Yeah.
And the guy goes, seriously? And he said, are you dumb? Are you dumb? Are you that retarded? You haven't worked out it's a crank, or and the guy went, apologise later on. But no, he literally said, well, seriously.
Was he involved when they did the prank calls regarding the Chinese aircraft accident?
Oh, that was something.
Something.
No, that was yeah. So the woman was. Somebody called into the news station and told an intern, "Well, we have the names of the pilots."
Right.
Actually, it went the other way. The news station called the NTSB, I think.
Okay.
Or the FAA. And it was an intern working at the FAA that answered the phone. And, you know, they're just an intern, and they've probably been answering the phone nonstop for all day long, people calling up asking stupid questions. So the intern just decided to have fun with the next caller that called up, and it was this California news station.
Bang, bang, ow.
Bang, bang, ding, ow.
Yeah.
We too low.
Some ting wong.
Some ting wong and holy fuck.
Yeah, and the woman is like quite cute and attractive and serious who's reading the news story. And she is deadpan serious reading these. And you're like, are you listening to, is she fucking Ron Jeremy? You know, like, fuck you, San Diego, or whatever he said, you know? Go fuck yourselves. Like, she's just reading these names, which are so obviously,
I know.
I mean, pranks.
Not just her, but
not Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Right, Ron Burgundy. And she's like, holy fook.
Nobody in the newsroom figured it out.
She's really struggling to get the pronunciation perfect because she's focusing on like not messing up their names, you know, fucking genius.
It just shows the research they do and just you know how blinkered they are.
Exactly.
I mean, the BBC a couple of weeks ago, they were saying, "Oh, the right wingers, these you know, these conspiracy theorists to do with anti-vaxxers. That's all we had for fucking a period of time. Now, all of a sudden, well, the BAME community, which is basically black and a minority or something, black Asian minority or something. Anyway, they turned around and they're not having the vaccine. They're pretty shy of the vaccine, or quite very shy in certain demographics. Mainly the Pakistanis, about 80% rejection, which is huge. And they turned around and they're all sympathetic. They're all saying, "Oh, that you know that they've been fed loads of misinformation and disinformation and on the internet." And it's like that complete change. And it was in the same article. It was in the same news, the BBC. It was just like 5 minutes in between. It was the contrast. It was like bad man white. And look at the poor BAME community. They've been frightened away by bad man white, basically. And it was just like it's completely a flip on there. When watching it, it's like it's just a crank. No, it's the BBC.
Yeah, you definitely have to blame it on him, you know.
Yeah, this is so true.
Yeah. Blame it on Whitey.
Yeah, and Coca-Cola's new ad thing is that try to be less white or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Well, it was funny.
This is in a training, module.
Training.
Is that not on a commercial? I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
Unless it was a spoof. I mean,
Coca-Cola
doesn't do humor commercials, do they?
No, don't curse me out. But according to Snoops, I just done it for the lols. That Coca-Cola story is a mixture of truth and fake. It's a mixture. Okay. And just for the lols, straight after, I went, Chris Como, did he ever say that protests are not supposed to be peaceful? And I then refined my search just to put Chris Como in, and nothing comes up in any. No, we've never heard of anything like that before. I fucking just watched him say it. I just watched him. That's why it was in my brain. I just watched him saying it again. It was a clip on YouTube.
Right.
And we don't
Try
know nothing.
DuckDuckGo.
What?
Don't rely on Google.
DuckDuckGo.
No, I know. I'm not relying on it. I was just doing it, and it was just like unbelievable, isn't it? It's just.
I'm
It
muting Biscuit's bird. The Starship Enterprise, or whatever that is.
You're there, Smokesteve wife. Testing.
Yeah, okay. It's we rolling. Yeah, it seemed like the chat has died down a bit.
Yeah. It definitely calmed down over there.
Was it something I said?
No, they were he's your legal advisor. They were firing earlier, but yeah, I mean
They're exhausted, passed out,
yeah, I guess so.
recharging.
It's not many. I mean, is that the number watching?
How many? Is it? We down to single digits?
No, 17.
Yeah, so.
That's good.
But still, yeah, it's all right. I mean,
It's quality, not quantity.
It's in the that doesn't sound right. It's in the teens.
teens. Yeah,
teens is good. We're
It's just fine.
yeah.
It's fine.
It's not like we got much going on here besides we're just bullshitting as usual, you know. We got no Swede, we got no Hayden, no Graham, but we make do, you know.
That's right.
You want some far lefties on there? That'll give us the numbers.
Lefties, that's funny. Testes, testicles.
We don't really get many people from the left. We have to nominate Aphid Lip.
I know
It's our left.
I was just thinking, you know, it's refreshing now that Trump's gone. I won't be referred to as, you know,
You do
liberal and a leftist.
You do have a college student here, as you know, to add diversity.
I'd probably say I'm probably the most left out of all of us.
Oh yeah, yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
true.
commie.
He makes and he makes the most sense too.
See, Aphid is really more left than he lets on. He just doesn't like the politicians. I think it's a
but what I always said to, because people, especially, you know, I was never looked at as a leftist or anything until Trump, but until I started disliking him. But then I would always say, well, what makes me, you know, what makes me, you know, what beliefs, you know, make you think that left leaning? So I would ask you the same thing. What do you think that I think that makes you think that I'm more left leaning than I lead on? Because I don't think I lead on to anything. I always said if there's ever a party of logic and reason, then I'll subscribe, but that's not going to happen.
Well, what I would say to that is that it's mostly that you take up the cause and sort of take that position seemingly willingly, especially like in arguments or discussions. So maybe you just do that to be the other side, to give some kind of a counterpoint. Maybe that's not truly how you feel, but I've seen it happen between you and Cypher. I've seen it with you and Drone Tech. You know, you tend to play that
because somebody likes Ted Cruz.
Somebody
what
likes
if, what if you could have a politician that was literally like a Fauci? You know, like just scientifically based.
Yeah. I would. But when do you have that? You don't have that on anything.
You don't.
Most of them are tainted with you know, with outside money, which is usually what it comes down to.
But if you could have a purely scientifically based government, that'd be perfect.
Yes. I used to think more of a crowdsourcing type government would work well. But then you got somebody like Trump that influences people so much in their thinking that you know, that can get you into trouble too.
Well, that's why the government should be impartial and should not be swayed by stuff like that. It's supposed to be in the Constitution that they're not swayed by bribery and whatnot, are they?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just you got campaign financing, so that's how it happens.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to be financed by businesses, are they? They're supposed to be financed by
that's exactly how it happens.
The Constitution doesn't care if you're financed by businesses.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Political funding by companies is very common. You ever heard of My Pillow?
Corporations are considered to be people.
They can be
strictly.
Well, I just don't understand. I mean, we're the voters
statutorily,
so
but
why can't we figure out a way to get rid of it? Because it doesn't. There's no way that having any kind of campaign financing benefits the constituents whatsoever.
Well, you're familiar with Citizens United, or are you? The Citizens, which the Supreme Court said that the right to contribute money is a First Amendment right.
Right. Well, so there you go.
So that's why you have it.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but
Or maybe one day we'll have a government that's hit like the stock market with the GameStop, with the little guy taking over.
So what else would you suggest, David Lip, in a capitalist society where people can spend money to achieve what they want? They spend money on advertising primarily.
Well, yeah, the amount of advertising, political advertising, is just astounding. The one, it was the primaries, and it was enough to fund all of baseball and still have enough left over. It was when I did I did a live leak video of it, but it was when the Yankee Stadium got built. It would fund the amount just in those primaries was amount to fund all of Major League Baseball and still build. It was like ungodly amount, like 7 new Yankee stadiums just on advertising that we all claim to can't stand, that we see, take up our.
Let me say that it's our fault that we're so easily swayed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, not us.
No. I mean, by us, I mean you, and by you, I mean everybody. But everybody
This
else.
reminds me of the what have the Romans ever done for us? Well, apart from this.
Listen, I voted for Gary Johnson for president, I think 4 years ago. So don't blame me.
I took the test when that happened, because they had a test going on Live Leak. I'm sure Last Dance saw it. And it was to see what it was during that election, and it was to see which candidate fits you most. And it was, for me, it was Gary Johnson that came up.
I voted for him, even though he wasn't really sure of what Aleppo was. I've heard him ask in an interview, "What is Aleppo?"
Well, good. That means he should stay out of there.
What would America look like if an independent won the election? Or
I mean, that would be great. Ideally, I always thought. Well, I'm getting feedback. I don't know if everybody else is. Anyway, ideally, I thought what would if you had an independent and then an equally branched, 50-50 Republican and Democrat. But I mean, you'd almost have to put somebody in office to have that perfect situation.
Yeah. I mean, explain further. What do you mean?
If you had let's say the president was an independent, right? And then the House and Senate were both 50-50 Republican and Democrat. I think you could get a lot of shit done if it was that way.
You'd never get anything done.
Well, no, you would have to. It would have to be one way or the other, and it would be that 50-50. So one person would have to decide. Just like right now, you have some, 1 or 2 Democrats that don't go for whatever, the bill that they just tried to pass and everything.
How would you guarantee the person you had was independent? You don't know what their formative
I know
life was.
I know it's not logic. It's not realistic. I'm just saying, ideal. That would be an ideal situation.
I get what you mean.
But I think that the system we have now, I still think, even if I wasn't happy with who was in office last, but it still is the best system, because it is that pendulum. And to be honest with you, I think Republicans should be thanking themselves that pendulum didn't swing so far back into the other direction, because it could have. But that is, I think, you get the 2 polar opposites. You always come together and get the, it's like I said earlier, with the power of the crowd. You're always it's a proven system that works. You get a little bit. That's why hopefully the Republican Party doesn't, it's getting a split, and hopefully it doesn't become 2 parties, because it's, over in England, they don't have the benefit of that. And, these other parties aren't going to, if they have 2 parties and then we have a 3-party system, that's just not going to fly. The left is just going to, roll away
Well,
with.
the independent would be like a third party, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, if there was a true independent, that would cause, I think, a true independent media outlet, then that could benefit.
Would it also be fair to say it'd be the same if you had a libertarian in as well, as a libertarian president?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
That'd be central, wouldn't it? Halfway between Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, but
This rubs people the wrong way, but libertarians, they don't have enough foreign, we're the leader of the free world, so we have to be a little bit of that world police that the libertarians.
No, let's stop that. Let's stop doing that.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think
because if somebody's going to take up that void, and who do you want that to be? China?
How about Europe?
Well,
they're wealthier than the United States. They have, and they're much closer to where everything's happening.
But I don't think that's realistic.
Europe's lost.
Well, I don't care if it's realistic. I mean, we've done our part for Europe, but
But it's been successful for us too.
Okay, but it's done. Let's move on. We don't need NATO anymore.
Why break something that's
there's nobody. What's NATO? Who's NATO protecting Europe from?
Total joke.
There's nobody to protect Europe from with NATO.
I just know I've got Captain Jinx queued up for when we're done.
NATO protects NATO. That's what NATO does.
There's no threats.
NATO's a money pit.
Exactly. It's a money pit. It's just a waste of it. It's like almost like a.
Yeah, but you say that, but if NATO disappeared tomorrow, wouldn't there be a vacuum that would be filled by a lot of bad people?
Here's what I said.
Spectre would take over.
What's they done? What's NATO done?
Oh, the relay across all the European countries, don't we? All the information between each other.
What, Interpol?
I think so.
What's Interpol?
Well, there's a lot of data that we need for country security, don't we?
That's Interpol.
Oh, okay. That's nothing to do with NATO.
No.
NATO don't collect that information and give it to Interpol.
No.
Interpol's the European agency that deal with all that. It's like the International European Agency that deal with all intelligence.
Interpol is for crimes and criminal organizations.
Yeah.
NATO is a military organization. They have intelligence, but it's about Russian troop movements and so on.
NATO do fuck all. It's just a money pit.
It's a money pit, and it's a relic of a different era that's long gone.
The EU is a dying fucking idea.
I mean, there is no more Soviet Union. There's no more Warsaw Pact. It's just
no more EU in 5 years.
Well, there's just nobody. There's no reason for NATO to exist, and it's not like we're going off and using our military for imperialism and taking over other countries. It's just
it's the EU have got their own European army now, all but name. I think they've called it the European Coast Guards Force or something.
There you go.
They couldn't call it army, but it's all army. Trust me. Not allowed to fly their flags though, eh? Only the EU flag allowed to fly. All these nations.
I mean, Russia's not going to invade you if you don't have a NATO.
What we got? How many American bases have we got wrapped around Europe?
Too many. It's ridiculous, and you guys don't want those bases there. And
no.
It's ridiculous. It's time to just say, "Hey, I'm glad we were there in from the late 40s onward, but long since obsolete." I can't hear anybody else. Did I get muted?
No, just
Moments of silence.
Oh, okay.
What you're
just all contemplating very
deep thoughts.
I just bored you to death. Right?
No, you're so
taking in information that
good information.
that's previously unknown.
But to be fair, when I said that we need to be the world police, I wasn't, sticking up for NATO when I said that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the libertarians are just like, hey, let's just, worry about ourselves and not get in world problems.
What situation if that would be so dire that would require us to be the world police?
Well, I think just that it's not so much doing that. It's just giving the rest of the world that presence of who we are. I think that there's a lot to be said that leads to other things, like why Levi's jeans are, so popular in the rest of the world, and everybody wants to watch American movies and have a Taco Bell and a McDonald's on every corner and stuff like that.
America's only support group for our British forces, isn't it?
Well,
let's say that I'm tempted to agree with you, Aphid. Was it worth the Iraq War to maintain that?
Well, I'm not saying there hasn't been.
The Iraq War was nothing more than just an oil thing, wasn't it?
No, but it was a disaster, and it's an ongoing disaster.
Right.
Afghanistan is a disaster. Libya is a disaster. Vietnam was a disaster.
Right. Yeah.
One disaster after another.
You could say the same thing about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and there's KFCs and McDonald's on every corner. When do you go to
Hiroshima? Did what it was meant to do.
But when do you go? When do you go to any of our street corners and see a restaurant or anything from any other country, let alone one? There's nothing.
I understand, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that cultural domination is worth the price paid in lives and so forth.
Well, there's some.
I had a really good. I mean, it's so much more than just that, though. Like right now, the United States has no problem with people putting their money into us because of those reasons. Where all these other places like Europe and everywhere else is having financial problems because of COVID right now, and our stock market just climbs and climbs because there's so many other countries that want to invest in the United States still. We can write our own money, buy ourselves out of whatever problems we get into. And that's mostly because of the situation that we're in.
I think that has been true. So you're correct. But assuming that will remain true is, I believe, nothing more than wishful thinking.
Well, I think that goes into my wanting to stay the world police.
That's
just what I think, In
a nutshell, the information revolution of the turn of the century is still unfolding, and you're seeing cyber, phenomenon that outstrip all of the physical presences that are occurring in the world. The cyber world is unfolding and encompassing the physical world. If Facebook can black out Australia at a whim, then you're looking at bigger things that are happening.
Right.
Well, they didn't black out Australia. They blacked out Australian news media, didn't they?
Well, that counts.
Yeah, but the people themselves could still converse and post.
Right. Yeah.
There
are alternatives to Facebook, but in their realm, which is so enormous, they were able to basically just flip an algorithm switch, and there you go.
Just to throw it out there, does anyone know that the German president, or Angela Merkel, or Prime Minister, she's refused the jab?
Is she really?
Yeah, I've just put in the side chat.
I know I need a shower.
Is she an idiot?
Was that related somehow, Cypher?
Yeah, I was thinking about Merkel, but
I suggest it's quite sensible.
I proved to myself that
I think she's an idiot because she's chuffing every other world leaders took the jab. She should be making a
power when she was younger, but now she's
suspect link that he posted last dance.
Is that what you're saying? She should line up and
she should make an example for the rest of the country so that the country can see that it's safe.
Yeah, well obviously she thinks it's so safe that she's refused the Oxford RNA vaccine. That's so safe she thinks it is.
Surely she wants the one that was made in her own country, the Pfizer one.
I don't think she wants any of them, but I think she wants the safe one if there was one.
They're all safe. I've had the Oxford one. It
Oh, well, there we
caused
are
me a
then.
bit. It caused me a bit of discomfort for 2 weeks.
Yeah, you mentioned. I remember your eyes were sort of. You had the allergic reaction, sort of.
And do you remember,
I had convulsions for 24 hours.
remember, I don't know if you remember this, Biscuit, but when you came on after that, there was a giant horn coming out of the top of your head. Maybe you didn't see it, but we did. We didn't say anything.
That's right.
It was pretty
You're
scary.
briefly possessed.
Yeah.
I mean, do you go on BitChute at all, or any of the other social medias apart from YouTube? Because you won't see anything on YouTube these days.
I
But
rarely go on Twitter and Instagram.
you won't get on there either.
I just wanted to put a plug in on that guy I mentioned on the sidebar, the Clusterfuck Nation, James Howard Kunstler. He appeals to basically, it's almost a centrist view, but when he takes a side on an issue, he's got a great sense of humor that backs up what he has to say, and he's a great writer. So
Sounds good.
Just plug in. I've had a good time reading his stuff. He puts out, it's either weekly or bi-weekly columns, and he's very creative. He's a painter. Fuck, he does all sorts of stuff. You'll see if you check him out. So there's that.
Well, Aphid Lip, you have right to be skeptical because what I'm saying is basically what was the position after World War I, and look where that got us.
Oh, that's a good one.
What, the isolationism?
The isolationism, and which resulted in, lack of response to Germany's military buildup.
That guy.
See, I don't remember that time like Last Dance. Did.
Seems like it was just yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, Aphid, has your wife ever considered calling in on the chat side?
No, but maybe I've talked to her about it, but I think that she's been soured so much by what happened to her on Live League.
Even just to fuck around,
yeah.
Maybe even just to say hi to my wife. And,
Once burned.
Yeah, my wife is very, very hard-headed.
Oh, wow. Well, that's understandable.
Might be smart too.
Yeah,
I don't. I think that is smart. There's good reasons for her not to want to venture there, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. Very, very cool.
I don't push her. I said that to her before, about making a cat, because she's always like, well, you should have said this, or you need to tell them this, or and I'm like, why don't you just get on there?
Well, yeah, the truth of it is she could be pretty anonymous but it doesn't matter. If she doesn't want, it's all good,
We don't know what irate prostate looks like. I mean, I know what a prostate looks like, but I don't know what that prostate looks like.
Right. He's fun guy, good dude.
He is a good dude.
Check out his stuff if you guys.
Does he have his own show, I guess, or something?
Yeah. He does his own show.
And he's active on the Discord.
If you look at his
Discord
YouTube
account,
channel, he's got he got a lot of stuff.
I don't even access my Twitter anymore now that Trump's gone.
Crazy.
What do you guys use that for anyway?
to plug the show.
I've always kept my Facebook non-political, wisely.
He's still making headlines, though, isn't he?
I got into an argument on Facebook.
Unfortunately, yes.
About what was it? Gay sex and not gay. I guess homosexuals and how it doesndo go along with most of these people don't believe in religion, and they're so into what do they call that?
You're digging yourself a deep hole here.
I know.
Come on, man.
Evolution and stuff.
Oh,
and how homosexuality really, if you're into evolution, it pretty much goes against furthering our species. And I got into a big argument with and then I was like, oh man, I probably look like such a jerk to people, because I know a lot of my friends on Facebook, would just not want to see that
Why
discussion.
would you even bring that up? What's the matter with you?
Well, it came about somehow. I don't remember how it came about. And then it just went on. It went on and on and on for like a day or two, me going back and forth with this girl. And then she was telling me, you know, I got this niece, you know, who's transgender or whatever. And she sees my account and she's trying to make an excuse. And she's like, you know, she just had her kid. This is going back several years ago. And she was saying how, you know, she enjoys having a discussion like that and using her brain because she's just been at home raising her kid. But then I was like, you know, I could tell that, you know, I know some people are probably watching that discussion and not chiming in because I do it on Facebook.
But in a way, it goes like, are you a Puritan? Are you saying unless you're having sex to make babies, then don't do it? God damn it!
No, it wasn't that.
Evolutionary speaking, I think homosexuality has a natural stake in, especially with human beings being overpopulated in the world. It has been known that animals that are overpopulated also have homosexual tendencies.
Well, ironically enough, at the same time, I got into.
It's true.
There was a person on. There was a person on Live Leak. It was like area. It wasn't the real area, like the Martian, whatever the area 51 or whatever, but it was area something. And 50. It was at the same time I think that's what happened on Facebook because I kind of got into the middle of this conversation in my brain at the same time. And that went on for days there too. And that's what they were telling me, that, you know, every species has homosexual tendencies. And it wasn't so much, I was just saying how ironic it was that the ones the loudest about protecting homosexuality are also the ones that are so against, you know, anything with religion and only evolution, and how, evolution's main goal is to further its species, and you know, homosexuality clearly doesn't do that. So I was just saying how it was ironic, you know.
Well, did you miss the show with the MPreg?
Yeah,
I did. I did.
Unbelievable.
I saw they posted up like that part of it was like 18 minutes long, and I watched half. I got the first half, and it was on my phone. I was watching down here in the basement, and my son came down the stairs, and I was like,
that's right.
I cannot have this playing on my phone when he comes down. So as soon as I heard his feet coming down the stairs, I turned it off.
Yeah, I think you came on really late in the stream, right?
I didn't. Yeah, I was at work, and you know, during the week I'm at work till 5, so it always comes on.
I'm gonna go, lads.
All right.
Okay. All right, Welshman.
Great having you, Welshman.
See you, buddy.
Take care, buddy.
See you soon. But I remember you asked, what did they do? And I think I was like, it was the sickest thing I've ever seen them fucking do.
Well, somebody said that he showed my video from Twitter on Facebook and how dare me or something. And I didn't know what they were talking about. And then, you know, you said something and somebody else said something about, you know, what they were talking about. And I was like, what's a butt baby?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it was really explicit and hot. There was nude testicles.
I mean,
penis.
as far as I could tell from what I seen, it was almost just like he wanted an excuse to show like these clips of these fetus dildos that he found.
I don't know. Maybe we should. Are we throwing the old boy under the bus here? Maybe.
I mean, was he just trying to be extreme, or was
I think he was. I think he was. He was
know.
saying that YouTube's not going to catch us because we're not going to hang around with the video on YouTube very long.
Ixnay on the Ut baby.
We'll host it on All Feed, and we can do whatever we want there.
Right.
I'll have to watch it on All Feed because I'll get the uncut. Because every time you watch it on YouTube, it shows Hayden or Graham's face and it says censored.
Right.
Well, it's not on All Feed now. I thought it would be on right away.
Oh, they didn't post it up yet, or
no? They didn't get it there yet.
Interesting. Well, they'll get
now.
there.
I noticed on All Feed I can post videos there. Can everybody post videos, or do I have special? It's only in the part where you like can do a blog or whatever.
You can post videos
in the blog section.
Link videos or post videos?
Now I know on what was the other website that he had? Was
Trigger Warning
TV.
Now I did have special privileges there, so I don't know if I do alt feed or not. I don't
I
know.
don't think I had special privilege. What the fuck?
Well, that was before. that was before.
You just made Smokesteve angry. Good job.
Sorry.
I can't see them allowing unlimited people to put videos up because they won't have the server room.
It's
will
like
they?
I think it's like up to a gig or something. It said.
Oh.
I didn't try it out, but I was thinking of maybe starting to do like, your say type stuff and posting them on all feed, and then I could just share them on Twitter.
I'm right there right now, and I'm pretending I'm putting my own article together.
In the blog part,
in the blog part, it says upload media. It says images, audio, video.
Don't click the video. Do the one that it's like a paperclip or something. I think.
I'm not going to click anything. I'm just saying that it's an option.
The video one, I think, still says you can't do it. But if I hit the paperclip, then it will let me select a video on my phone.
If it's small enough, they'll let you put it on.
I think it was under a gig, I think, or something.
A gig's big.
Yeah, they don't have a lot. I don't think they have a lot of room to host video.
Sources, yeah.
Well, they got a video player now.
No, I'm talking about storing the video.
They're
not going to be live leak.
No, but I don't think that there's a big pop. Is that place hopping? Like, is there a bunch of people on there now? Or
no, you're right. If you put a gig of video on,
it's got about 50 users or so on it. Something like that.
I would love to. I'll post if I make a video. I'd rather post it there than live leak.
There you go. Alt feed your say. That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Do it up, man.
I'll have to figure out something to talk about.
Hey, you have that outside pool, right, Aphid? You have a pool there, and you put.
Well, it's like one of those blue blow up ring, and it's big. It's big now, though.
Do you take it down in the winter?
Oh yeah.
So how big is yours?
I could be wrong, but I think it's like 14 feet. It's big enough where you can have a good time in it now. It's like 4 feet tall. It's like the biggest one, 16 feet maybe. I don't know. It's the biggest one you can get.
I got a 15 by 4 feet tall, a 15 rounder.
Is it the blue kind?
Yeah, it's blue.
Did you put it up?
No, it's in a box right behind.
Man, I gotta tell you right now, man, you have to make sure it's perfectly level, the area, and then get sand and put that over it after you got it level. Because if it's off by like 2 inches on one side or the other, it's not gonna work right. So if I can stress one thing, it's got to be that, because the first year ours was only like 10 feet across, and I was like, well, our yard's flat over there. I'll just throw it up, and it doesn't have supporting sides. That tube is what supports it. So if it's not level, it's not going to work, and it's a blob, and it's gonna lean to one side or the other. And then the one side's going to leak, and you're going to wake up the next morning and all that water.
Stop it from going green? Because we had 8 foot.
The bigger ones, the bigger they are, the easier they are to keep from going green.
I got you.
But you got to have chlorine in there, and then you got to cover it. You got to cover it every night.
This one
we had I think it was 3 foot high.
Right.
And 8 foot like circular.
Right.
And it just went green within a week.
Well, if you cover it every night, then that helps. And then also there's a thing.
Oh, we lost Aphid.
He froze up on us.
He thinks we all froze up.
Damn.
Happens to me every now and then.
Give him the paddles.
Resuscitate.
This is vital, cheap pool owner information that I need for my white trash pool. I got to keep that thing going.
It was the pool maintenance corporations cutting in so you wouldn't get this information.
You're right.
Fart on him, quick! Fart on him.
The pool boy.
I think next thing I'm gonna buy is a heated jacuzzi in back garden.
He's defenseless.
Heated jacuzzi. We want to get one of those on the deck, but the deck has to be crazy reinforced.
Wrong way.
Yeah.
Oh, he gone.
The one I'm getting is just a cheap blow up one. It's not a one of them expensive.
Excuse me.
Not a fiberglass one out like that.
Those look cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Cypher, you want to go into any of your, you had mentioned earlier, only because you brought it up, and we're all inquiring minds that you're rekindling a previous flame. Is that still
Yeah, I mean we're
yeah.
sending hearts and little, I love yous back and forth, and
Wow.
we're dating, and I mean I'm sort of slow on the uptake every now and then, and after a lunch, she said, "Well, do you want to go anywhere else?" And I think I said, "No, I'm just nah."
You just didn't get it, did you?
No,
Right.
I didn't get it. I think she was READY, and I just am slow.
This is like
It's been so long, even though it's my ex-wife.
Costanza, Seinfeld.
Exactly.
The woman asked him to go up for coffee, and he's like, "No, I'm good. I'm gonna go home now. Have a good night."
Sounds about
coffee.
right.
It's too late for coffee. I can't drink.
Right.
I don't know if you saw
I'll
earlier in the show. I was looking down for like about almost 5 minutes, and that was we were texting back and forth.
Wow,
So.
young love.
That's just an old comfort. That cat in the background. See my cat in the back. Where is it? I can't.
On the seat.
I know.
Nice.
I can't.
It's on the recliner.
Yeah, I can't make my finger work right. There.
I know, because I'm going to point over the shoulder. I think I'm going to point over, and it's the other one. God damn it. Yeah, see, it happens every time.
Yeah.
Always go opposite.
Right.
I have rear view mirrors worked out, but I don't have the cam worked out yet.
Right. It's funny. My wife, good one, Kristen.
Now look, it's going crazy back there.
Yeah.
I know
The cats are having a battle.
Destroy my furniture. Hey. Hey, what are you doing?
Is it 2 or 1 cat?
There's 2. There's 2 around. The Beast and Tiger. Tiger and the Beast. That's
Cool,
who is that? That's Tiger. Yeah, that's Tiger. Beast is over here. He's down there, looking out the screen, door of the sliding glass, doors, looking out on the world. They have it good, They're up on the hill, so to speak. They're up, multiple stories, and the wind's coming through. And
do you let them out onto the balcony?
No.
Do you think they'd possibly?
Years ago, I had let them out once, and I got real nervous. And then my sister came by. She has the key to the condo, and she had them out. And damn, one of the cats, it was Tiger. She's on the other side of the railings on a ledge that's about this wide, facing outwards. And if there had been any sudden sound, she probably would have, jumped, and I mean, it's grass there, right where she would be able to jump. There's a hedge, down below. So she would jump into a hedge and probably survive. But if she was a little further out, she would go into fairly deep grass and still probably survive. But there'd probably be a vet bill involved. We've had people on the front, they're little doggies, will jump out, and they're all, spazzy and woo woo, and they run right out the railing and plummet down, and they usually have to be put down. It's happened 2 times, I believe, in the 10 years.
Speaking of puppies, I got a news feed on my phone today. It like get regular news tidbits from the Guardian or whatever it's called, and there was a puppy born with 6 legs recently.
Oh, I saw that. I did see that.
He's back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
I had to reset my internet.
Bow, 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 bow.
So anyway, what I was saying about the shock biscuit, you'll have to use the shock treatment.
Yeah. Well, I got rid of that pull, so.
That's the only reason I came back. I was like, I gotta tell him. And
Steve's got a brand new one, so he needs the deets.
So you got a filter, right, Aphid? With
mine's
yours?
16. Yeah, it comes. Those are crappy little pumps with filters. And I'll tell you a trick we learned this past thing is, you can take them out and hose them off too, because those filters, you can just hose all the green slime off of them and throw them back in there.
So you don't buy an upgraded one? We've read online.
Oh yeah, that would be a smart investment if you did. But it's like, the whole benefit of getting those cheaper pools is because they're cheaper. If you can get the saltwater system, but you're like $300 or $400, and before you know it, you could have had a decent pool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or vacation.
It doesn't take a whole lot of money to. I mean, how many gallons is the pool going to be, Smokesteve? About 10,000 or a little bit less?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, a full-size in-ground pool, residential, is usually somewhere between 20 and 30,000 gallons. So a 3-foot deep, 8-foot,
His
is bigger than that. His is
mine's
bigger than that.
15-foot diameter by 4 feet deep.
Mine's 16. I just looked at the box when my internet was out.
You're probably talking around 10,000 gallons then. I mean, roughly. But I mean, you're supposed to have what's called an alkaline buffer, where you use sodium bicarb to put in an alkaline buffer it creates a buffer in the water that then your pH and your chlorine interact most effectively when they're balanced. You have a 7.4 to 7.6 pH, and you keep your chlorine between 1 and 3 parts per million, and then you don't have all that. Remember,
otherwise, if you have too much chlorine, you end up coming out with red eyes.
Right. Well, red eyes, and your skin,
itchy skin,
itchy, and yeah, I mean, I had one Irish family. I was keeping their pool, and I super chlorinated it. That was one of my, methods. I would see a pool either once or twice a week. And if it was a once a week pool, I would blast it usually when I went there. And I think I put the parts per million of chlorine up to around 10 parts per million. And I got a call from my father. He wasn't real emotionally pissed at me, but I think he terminated me that week, my services. And his whole family got scorched. Their skin got scorched, and they were all freckled. They were the freckled folk. And they very fair skinned, and I didn't mean to hurt them.
The Irish, it happens.
I think worst part of me having when I had that pool, it was under a like a pine tree, with the needles, so that didn't help. But the council came around and chopped it about a year ago, so it's gone now.
A trick probably that couldn't hurt. It may not help, but it couldn't hurt, would just be, instead of buying a big, going to a pool service place and buying a big, huge thing of sodium bicarb, you could just get a little Arm & Hammer or a store brand of sodium bicarbonate and put it into the pool. Make sure it'll stir all in real quick.
Are you talking about baking soda?
Yeah, baking soda.
Oh,
I think that's sodium bicarb.
It is.
I think
it is.
Yeah, it's not sodium carbonate; it's sodium bicarbonate, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean,
don't you get do you know like how you have salt that you put in dishwasher to soften the water? Can you not? Does that not factor into swimming pools as well? Using like a rock salt?
No.
No,
I don't think
to soften the water to make it.
You don't get hurt.
You don't clog the pipe to a lime scale and whatnot.
Well, they have like these saltwater systems that you can change the whole thing over.
You don't want. Let's see what calcium carbonate. I think it's calcium. I don't think it's calcium bicarb. I think it's calcium carbonate is what you put in if the water is too salt, what they call soft. But if the water, if the water's if it's too soft, you get the water will, if it's a plaster pool, the water will try to get, it'll try to harden itself by etching the plaster. If you have too much calcium in the water and the water's too hard, it puts scale onto the plaster.
Yeah.
So you can, you don't, I mean, this is a stupid topic.
Yeah.
But I mean, both these guys have, all three of you
hydrochloride
guys
equals
have
crack.
pools. You know, you're gonna, two of you definitely have pools. And are you gonna get another one, Biscuit?
What, another pool?
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah.
I'm probably going to wait till I move house and I've got a nice big flat garden, and I'm going to save up and get a what they call it, a vacuum formed plastic one with hydro jets that push you back as you swim forward.
Yeah. But
the one I want's like 10 grand.
Smokesteve, in Last Dance is saying the 15x4 is 4,600. I'm sure that you can online, you can search what are the chlorine, what are the, how do you adjust pH and alkaline values for a 15,000 gallon swimming pool, and it'll tell you exactly how much to put in.
Smokesteve, we got a floating little thing that holds chlorine.
Huh?
We load that up with get the bucket of smaller tabs because it's cheaper than the bigger tabs.
But then you're swimming around and bumping into the thing?
I mean, there's shit floating around in there all the time, like floaties and all kinds of shit. It's not like you get a thermometer that's floating around in there too.
In big pools too. I used to sell them to people, floaters. They just call them floaters.
It's not something that you're gonna. I mean, you could take it out when you're swimming and put it back in if you feel like.
Yeah, you're not gonna get burned.
I'll tell you another thing that I did too. That's beneficial is because of the way those pools are. There's no real convenient way to have anything to put something on, like a beer or a radio or whatever. So I took 2 4x4 posts and then built out a platform, and then it sticks so you can reach up there and set shit on there. So I'd highly suggest.
I can tell you a real good trick for in the summer. You guys are both. Well, you're not so high on the latitudes, Aphid Lip.
No,
I mean, you're up a little bit higher. But if your pool starts getting into the 90-degree area of temperature, and you're actually running your pump, figure out a way to hook up a little, arc of water out of your return, port, on the pool, and have your water arc up and aerate at night. I used to do that to the pools. They have something called an aqua flower, but that costs a lot of money.
Why do you want to aerate it? Do you have gills?
No, aerate the water.
Why?
I mean, it picks up the temperature of the night air if you run it at night, and then it cools the water down.
Mine's always too cold.
Oh yeah,
but mine's in the shade though. That's our biggest problem.
Yeah, and you're up. I mean, you guys get into the 90s pretty regularly.
Oh yeah, in the summertime it's really hot and humid here.
But if it's in the shade, like you said,
I've got a quick fix for your aphid. You know how you've got your pipes to your pump.
Mm-hmm.
Get some really long black pipe and run it like a radiator in the sunshine.
Yeah, I mean that would work, but these pumps are just the cheapest pieces of crap.
They're really not very strong. They don't pull a lot of.
The most of the time they have the plastic fin inside there, and that plastic fin breaks off.
Got you.
So I would suggest, Smokesteve, just pay attention, like change that filter often, because the pumps start struggling, and that's when you're going to have problems with those pumps failing.
The impeller breaks, yeah.
Right, but those pumps you can buy them, for 20. Do you guys have Big Lots up there?
Yes.
Okay, so the same pump comes with the cheap crappy like 10-foot pools or 5-foot pools, and sometimes you can at Big Lots you can buy a whole new pool with the pump for cheaper than you can buy just the pump.
We have another another really shitty store up here is called Ocean State Job Lot. That place has the worst crap ever.
Oh man, I love those places. Those are the best.
They're good. They have
Harbor Freights. You got Harbor Freights?
Harbor Freight tools, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a great.
Not even made in China, made in North Korea.
I won't shop there because my tools. I only buy high-end stuff with tools.
Oh, Mr. Highbrow.
With clothes and stuff like shit like that. I don't care. It doesn't matter. But, tools have to be good.
Condoms.
Yeah, right.
What's a condom?
More interested in volume than quality.
Exactly. Yeah. Sandwich bags. That's what we call it.
Well, here's what I'm using partly for my weight loss. Zinedrine. Where is it? Ooh, ooh. Is that it? Zinedrine. Woo!
Is that like
it's caffeine. It's
is
got
it caffeine?
Yeah, it's got caffeine, anhydrous, and it's got got yohimbe in it. It's got Garcinia.
Yo, who?
Garcinia.
Yo,
They call those
Yohimbe.
they call those up.
There's my hydrazine, or whatever you call it.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's monster juice, right? That's how you justify it. There's juice.
Yeah, it's mango juice.
Yeah,
That was weird. When you shook it, it looked all trippy. Do that again.
It was his background effect.
Yeah, no.
It's the robust.
There.
It's doing it.
that is cool.
That's the selling point for that Zinedrine.
Yeah.
What is called Robusta coffee bean extract and caffeine anhydrous. That's actually the reason my nose. You see how I put the tissue to my nose? It makes my nose run. But it's legal. It's not like,
Do you grind your teeth?
Yeah, I remember an after-school special about the girl who got addicted to diet pills in high school, and then she had a problem. Maybe that was Saved by the Bell, actually.
I don't know. I take my Cinepril to keep the blood pressure down, and of course I take the nerve calming and the muscle relaxer. So I've got it all in balance, It's all balanced out. I promise.
Have you guys seen
Weed, whites, and wine? That's cider.
Have you guys seen
Little Feet? Little Feet reference. Very nice. Yep. Very nice.
Have you seen Requiem for a Dream by any chance?
White crosses and wine. Oh God, that's a horror show, isn't it?
She just wants to fit in that red dress.
Yeah, she likes group attention.
That was a fucked up movie. I remember, I was really into it when I first saw it because I thought it was so well made, even though it's totally fucked up. I recommended it to a good friend, and he was like, "What are you thinking, man? I went to watch that with this woman, and she was fucking horrified." And I was like, "Yeah, but it was good, right?" But,
no.
Then after I saw it again, I was like, "Yeah, right. I mean, it is well done, but it's
dark,
horrifying.
Very dark.
Not a date movie."
I think the best movies are the ones that sit with you for a few days afterwards.
Yeah.
I just watched a film called Call of the Wild with a animated dog in.
Oh,
that reminds me.
I really enjoyed it.
Oh, did you? Well.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that too with Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Apparently cutting costs.
Apparently, Togo was much better with what's his face? Togo with what's his name now? He plays Green Goblin in original Spider-Man films.
Oh, Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe, yeah. It's a very similar film to Call of the Wild, but it's done with a real dog instead of an animated dog.
Say the name one more time.
Togo. Yeah.
Togo. Is it available on the?
Yeah, it's available. Yeah.
Oh well, I'll have to write that down because I'm always looking for a good movie.
Biscuit. One of the things my wife was telling me that I had to bring up and say, you got to bring this up, is that my son watched the movie you talked about last week, with the squirrel or whatever.
Yes.
My son watched that and loved it. So she's like, oh, you got to tell him.
It was good. Did you watch it on Disney Plus?
What was it called?
Ulysses and something Ulysses, wasn't it?
It was on Disney Plus, right?
Yeah,
I don't get
it. It's definitely a kids movie.
We got I got my mom the Discovery Plus, and we scammed it, and we're putting in the account, and we've been watching that.
They've just upgraded Disney Plus, haven't they, with the new channel Star, which is for more adult films.
Oh, you can do. How much more is that?
It's the same price. They've just added it to Disney Plus, so they've got extra films. So like they've added Deadpool and stuff, R-rated films.
Well, how do I do that? Because I got Disney Plus.
It's just there. It's on the Star tile.
Just got to click the right button.
I'm gonna have to check that. It's been a while since I've checked it.
Do you know how when you go in Disney Plus, you got like Disney movies,
right.
Marvel movies, stars at the end.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's great. Because there's
like over 180 new movies that's on it.
Because you run out of stuff to watch on there, and I wish there was something else to watch.
All the I think because Disney's acquired Fox or something.
Because I'm not the biggest Marvel guy, so I haven't really watched any of those. And we've watched. I mean, there's only 8 Star Wars movies to watch. Yeah. So when you get past that, there's nothing else to watch, really. He loves it. He watches it all the time.
I think it's because Disney's acquired loads of movie companies. They've been able to put all those films on their channel.
Gotcha.
What does he think of it? Go ahead.
I'm gonna take off. I'm kind of running out of gas here.
Last dance. It's getting too late for him.
Exactly.
See you later,
brother. Take my chompers out. Okay, have a great week, guys.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah, bye-bye.
See you on Discord.
Discord. Why are you pushing that so much? Is there a reason? Do you get money? Are you getting paid by them or something?
No. I'm just trying to get it going. And I'm not pushing it that much. That was a joke.
Why don't you push it on, push alt feed or something? Get people going on there.
I went on Drone Text Discord, and oh my god, I get a notification every 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah, he's busy. He's busy. Yeah, alt feed. Let's go there. Yeah, woo.
Do you got an account there, Biscuit?
What, on alt feed? Yeah, I've got a profile on there.
In your name or on my?
Yeah, are you Biscuit?
Yeah, Biscuit Vapes.
Oh, I'll have to look you up.
Are you on there, Cypher? I went there when they first opened it up, and I put my information in there, but I haven't really been just to check when he said that they were hosting videos there now. So
I've done 4 or 5.
I did like an about me blog thing.
Oh, did you?
Is Happy Dog on there? What happened to that guy?
He's around.
Where do you see him?
Well, in the chat.
Oh, is he? I never see him.
Wasn't he here earlier?
They were talking about him. Hayden and Graham were talking about him on their show. I think Thursday.
Wasn't he ill for a while?
Yeah. I was gonna say that to her. What is that? What's Nomadland?
That is a show, a movie.
On what?
It's a show movie. What is it?
Tell us. Series? That's not the series.
It's your wife, doesn't she know?
She knows, but I don't know because I don't watch it. She'll tell you.
You don't spend quality time with your wife watching television programs.
Sitting there in silence watching crap? No. Sorry.
We watch the Dateline type stuff. That's
Dateline and a little.
And
popcorn.
Sometimes I'm like, man, should we really be my son's 11, and I'm like, should we really? Is this appropriate? But he's into it, and we all sit there and watch it. So,
right, they're a middle of the country family, a husband and wife and son, and you're not going to believe what happens next on Dateline, and you're all like, "Wow, what could happen? This is really interesting."
John Grammaticus is asking if you can access Discord with a smartphone.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Francis McDonald movie.
Okay. Oh, I saw. Oh yeah, I saw the commercials for that.
McDormand. I think she's the one.
I don't know if that's a correct spelling of her name. Is it
a good movie or is it like a low budget?
She's married to the Coen brother, one of the Coen brothers. She's the Fargo. She's the Fargo chick.
They're not men anymore. The Coen brothers are not the Coen brothers.
What?
The Coen brothers aren't the Coen brothers anymore. They're both transitioned.
What? No, they're not.
Yes, they
are. You got wrong information.
No, I don't.
Yes, I'll bet you another. I'll bet you another $20 on PayPal.
Okay, let me go look.
The guy that did the
Matrix series.
They didn't do the Matrix series.
Well, who did?
I don't know who those guys are.
Joel and Ethan Cohen.
They're Jews. They're not transgendered.
Well, the guys that did the Matrix series.
Yeah, but that's not the same. The Coen brothers did like No Country for Old Men and Fargo and The Big Lebowski and those movies.
Oh, okay. Well, let me go see who I'm talking about.
I was never a big Matrix fan, so I'm not. I don't know what that guy or that chick or whatever you want to call her did.
Is it the Wachowski brothers? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that. I think that might be it.
Yeah.
The Wax. Yeah, I mean, The Matrix was cool when they all woke up in the bathtubs and shit, and they were like, all had the tubes in their heads, and they were like, wow. Well, maybe that one guy. I think that was Keanu who woke up there.
I was never a big Keanu Reeves fan. Although Cypher This seems to know all the messed up movies. He probably have you ever seen I think it's called River's Edge, Cypher This?
That's a good one.
Oh, I haven't.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is. It's another messed up. You should type that one out, Cypher This, because you like messed up movies.
Wasn't the bad guy that weird actor? That
true.
fucking weird actor in The River's Edge.
Yeah, it was the guy from Back to the Future. What's his name? Oh, jeez.
It wasn't Biff, was it?
No, it was the dad. What's the dad's name? The you know,
Right, that guy.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's completely weird. In real life, he's completely weird.
Got a big bird nose and black hair.
Right. And then what's the guy? The other guy was in that movie from Apocalypse Now. The photographer, great actor.
That would be from Easy Rider.
From what?
Easy Rider.
Yeah. Him. He was in it. He was in another good movie, Cypher This. I bet you've seen this one.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but when they're in the diner and the little teens are there, and he's like, stop looking. The man is in the window because the cop is watching them in the window. The man is in the window.
I'm wrong about the Coen brothers. That's good.
If you want a really messed up film, you should watch The Greasy Strangler. That's fucked up.
Is it? I'm gonna have to look.
Do you remember the film The Room?
Dennis Hopper.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Blue Velvet.
Blue Velvet. Yeah.
You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
It seems like your type.
I was gonna say Dennis Leary. That was way off.
Don't look at me.
How about Dennis Hopper in Hoosiers? Right? He was the basketball.
I never saw it.
He was the coach. He was a drunk. It was great. You never saw Hoosiers?
No.
That one you said.
I'm going
to write that one down.
Greasy Strangler. That sounds like a good one. Greasy Strangler.
It's one of those with the actings that's that bad. That it's a good. In fact, is it a good movie? It's just awkward as fuck.
1940s or 50s movie John Forsythe was in Kitten with a Whip. That was a good one.
What about Naked Lunch, Cypher This? You seen that?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
You've seen all the good ones.
I was reading. What's the right word?
She got it.
Crispin Glover, yeah.
Yeah. Went back in the 70s, and Naked Lunch is William Burroughs.
Yeah. That's a great movie. Well, it's like I said, it's any movie that sticks with you for a couple days, and you're just like, man, I can't get it out of my head. That's when you know you saw a good movie. I'm telling you, because you see 100 movies a year, and half of them you don't even remember. Sometimes you see them come on again, and you're like, I don't even remember this part.
Yeah.
But
I gauge movies different to you guys. If it gives me some sort of emotional stirring, then it's a good movie.
River's Edge. You got to check that one out, Cypher. You'll enjoy it. It's old.
I might have seen River's.
What about what's the
River's
I can't think of.
What was the one when the kid was the radio DJ on the illegal radio station?
Pump It Up.
That's it.
Christian Slater.
That's a good one, man. Young Christian Slater.
I used to really not like Christian Slater, but he's growing on me a little bit.
He did a good one. It was Very Bad Things. That's a pretty good movie too. It's kind of like it's a darker version of The Hangover.
Well, I've
It's the
seen
best-
that.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
yeah.
I didn't like it that much.
Really? It
He's
was
got
pretty
a-
good. It was pretty
He's got
good.
a pretty good supporting role in Mr. Robot in the Mr. Robot series.
I tried watching that and it just seemed too much the same. You know, I enjoyed it, but
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't get
flat.
past the first season of it.
The acting was flat.
I watched it because it was on Amazon Prime, so I could just binge watch it, you know. And I watched it one day at the shop, like the whole first season.
Yeah.
But yeah, that guy. It seems like that guy, the main actor. He seems so. He seems pump up the volume. Yeah,
That's
I said
the
pump
one.
it up. Yeah. But he seems like he's kind of the same. He's got the same, you know, thing going on.
I'm currently watching a Chinese horror anthology series, subtitled. It's pretty good.
Nice.
Not too bad. Yeah.
Simultaneously, we have a
Portal.
Godzilla reference, which is interesting. Japanese.
Versus Kong.
Yeah, remember.
We're getting into B territory now. We've been in B territory, actually.
Okay, so let's go with it. Best B movie ever made. All right, I'm gonna make my nomination to start, which I may change, but I'm gonna start with Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, that's a B movie?
Isn't it though?
I don't know. I mean, that was a pretty big movie.
That was
wasn't
Kurt
it?
Russell,
Big
dude.
production. I like Lords of Flatbush. That was a Sylvester, one of the first Sylvester Stallone movies. And as I was watching the movie, and it's before Stallone became a star, I liked the other actor. There was a bigger actor who I thought was the main character. And then Stallone started with his Stallone routine in the movie Lords of Flatbush. And I'm going, oh, God, who's this guy? And then of course, Stallone became a superstar. But yeah, Lords of Flatbush is a good B movie.
I'm not that familiar with it. Can't comment.
It's there's no special effects in it. It's just a drama. It's a B movie that's low production, and it's only noteworthy because it's one of Stallone's first movies.
Anyone else have an entry?
Not really a B movie fan.
B movie, The Hidden. The Hidden. It was a horror movie back in the 80s.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. So that sucked. Sorry.
It was.
Is that a B movie?
It was the guy from Blue Velvet, Kyle MacLachlan. He was the main guy, and he was. Oh, here we go. Here, I'll read the description of it. A cop and an FBI agent race for answers after law-abiding people suddenly become violent criminals. It's because they get taken over by an alien being.
Oh, no, not alien being.
And the alien loves exotic cars and heavy rock music. So it is a classic.
Oh, what was the one when John Lithgow played Big Booty? What was that one?
The eighth dimension, something in the eighth.
The Adventures of
Buckaroo Banzai.
That's it. Buckaroo Banzai. That's a good B movie.
That's a B movie.
That's a classic B movie.
I don't know if Big Trouble in Little China would be classified as a B movie, but that's a B movie.
I think it is.
I like that one more than Lords of Flatbush. The Buckaroo Banzai.
That was a classic.
Who's that actor? He's relatively famous, but he's old. He's my age, older than me.
Well, who played Buckaroo?
Yeah.
I feel like he passed away.
No, he's
He's still around?
He might have really recently. He might have, but he was in the
past year or two.
He did. Yeah, he did a cameo in the series about the guy who only killed serial killers. He only killed killers. We talked about that series about a month ago. It's the
Peter
guy,
Weller.
Peter Weller. That's him. Yeah.
No, he's still right.
Alan Barkin, Jeff Gold, Christopher Lloyd.
47. He was born.
Yeah, he's not that.
That had a really good cast. 84. Yeah. Classic.
What was that? What was that series? You talked about it. The main character is in a police department. He's like a evidence guy, or a scientific guy.
Dexter.
Yeah, Dexter, and Peter Weller played a a killer or
Smokesteve's
a bad
wife
guy.
was on it.
Yeah, oh,
She must have.
Kelly
Was Naked
LeBrock.
Gun, was Naked Gun a B movie?
B comedy? Kelly
No.
LeBrock, Weird Science, great movie.
I don't know how you decide when the production value of the movie makes it an A movie as opposed to a B movie, but there were enough big time actors in which one did you just say, Biscuit?
Naked Gun, 33 and a third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George Hamilton. Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
there were some people in there.
Yeah, that in the first Naked Gun movie.
Smokesteve, was that Stanley Tucci? Was that show any good? Because I see that she says that you watched it with her.
I mean, it was cool. Yeah, the guy basically he's going over to Italy in between, like when they had COVID outbreaks, so there was a lull, and all of a sudden he pops up and they're drinking and eating pasta and no masks, and then after Tucci left, there was a huge outbreak again. So the country, I find that to be kind of odd that he literally filmed it this year.
Yeah.
And it's on CNN, and nobody seems to bring that up. But
was it like Anthony Bourdain type? That's what it seemed to remind me.
Yeah,
of.
exactly.
Yeah.
He's trying to get to the down home mom and pops that have a beautiful red Chianti paired up with a gorgeous like fried sardines with artichokes or something and pasta, and it's beautiful and right on the Mediterranean. Very cool, very nice people. Yeah, but
go ahead. Excuse me.
I was just going to say, once again, seemingly right in the middle of a pandemic here, but it is an entertaining show. I'll give her that, and we will be watching it tonight.
The Bourdain, suicide really shocked me. It surprised me. I mean, it didn't.
Me too.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I was a fan of him.
Me too, man.
Until that moment.
Well,
I mean, he's got he had like a little 4-year-old daughter at the time. I feel like you need to take that option off the table if you have a 4-year-old daughter.
Yeah, that would be fair.
Yeah, very sad. Can you guys hear me? I think I just froze for a second.
No,
you're good.
Yeah, he had a lot going for him. I guess seemingly it was the pressure of the life that got to him.
Who knows? He supposedly wasn't close with anybody.
There was a wife or an ex-wife who screwed him over.
Well, it seems like it could. It seems like that there could be something to that. I mean, she was under what was that sleazeball producer guy? She was like involved with that whole thing. But then she had pictures of herself with like some 14-year-old boy or something too. I mean, it was like there was some messed up stuff going on with that chick.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, look, that's a picture. Oh, it's gone.
What was it?
It was a Olin Mills picture of me and my brother back in like the early 80s on this screen right here.
No kidding, huh? Cool.
But it showed up. Everything else is distorted, but it was a black screen, and it was back in like the parachute pants days. And I'm sure I probably had parachute pants on in those pictures. You just couldn't see them. Parachute pants. You remember those?
Oh, hell yeah. Is your brother a skater too?
No, he's like 4 or 5 years older than me. He was into Dungeons and Dragons and he got into like witchcraft and
Wicca?
I don't know, man. I remember in high school, he was like, he was older than me. So he was out of high school and he was dating a chick that was in my high school. And anyway, they were into this witch. I guess it's a natural progression to go from Dungeons and Dragons into witchcraft. So my buddy of mine was like, I smell weed, and none of us smoked weed back then. And so we went in his room and started rifling through his stuff, and we found this piece of paper. I can't believe I'm talking about this, but obviously it took my brother's girlfriend's menstrual cycle and made like a Rorschach pattern with it.
Oh,
And then we found this stuff, these potions and stuff. They thought she was a witch and he was like a warlock or some bullshit. Oh my god, man!
I was going to ask if they had Funyuns and Mountain Dew, but
No, no, it wasn't. It didn't go in that direction, unfortunately. My brother, man, he's like, I hate to disrespect him because, you know, I've come to respect who he is later on in life. But my brother's one of those guys that will just do what it takes to get by in life.
Right.
And there's been some situations where he was basically homeless in my life. And like when I met my wife, he lived in a different city, pretty, you know, like 3 or 4 hours from here. It was like a college town, but he wasn't going to college. And the house that he lived in, it was like this abandoned house. And my wife, we weren't even really like dating at the time. And there was this guy that thought he was like a vampire or something. And then there was this old lady hung out in the house, and they kept wanting us to drink this red wine in the circle that they had going on. I can't believe my wife actually married me after that whole event. It was such a messed up thing. My brother has been in so many messed up.
Was it like pass the bottle around circle?
Yeah, and they kept asking us, and we went out there to visit my brother.
Or you guys like, well, do you have a cup? Because
no, they were like, they said it was. They claimed that there was blood flowing through the pipes of this small town that we were at, and they wanted us. It was this red wine, and it was in like this chalice thing, and they were insistent every time they came around the circle that me and my wife would drink it, and we're like, no. And we brought a bag of weed up there, and my brother's room was like just floor to ceiling, like ho-ho and ding-dong wrappers. And it smelled like if you've ever been in a house that has just trash sitting everywhere. And we lost our bag in there, and it took us like, we were wasted. And it took us like 3 hours to find it. Oh my God, it was a train wreck. This guy was like convincing us how he coerced these little kids to watch his casket in the daytime while he slept. He's like, you can convince kids to do anything for video games.
Oh man!
Wow,
it was this mess. Huh? There was crosses like painted in red, like every square inch of this abandoned. It was like this old, like 100-year-old house. And every square inch of the woodwork in this house had crosses painted on it. It was just a messed up situation.
Right.
That is fucked up.
Sounds like an old.
That night was the night that me and my wife slept, because we were supposed to stay in that house, and we were like, no way we're staying in that house.
And it's never been committed.
My brother, when I was younger, he probably should have had something happen, but you know, that's a different story. But anyway, we went to a hotel because we weren't going to obviously stay in there.
Oh yeah.
And we get the hotel room, and we open the door, and it was like in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. They opened the front door, and there was one queen size bed there, you know. Oh, yeah. And we're like, whoa, what do we do now? And then that was kind of we had been hanging out with each other 24 hours a day for like 3 months. It just, for some reason, we just refused to admit that, you know, we were into each other. We just claimed we were friends, you know.
Right. And to this day, you still claim that you didn't request the one bed because it's fucking obvious.
No, she was with me, man. I don't remember exactly that part of the negotiating process, but I know when we opened that door and there was one bed there, it was like, we looked at each other and we're like, oh. And then to top it off, after it's such a messed up night, that was back when Jerry Springer was on TV, and a good friend of ours, we had no idea, was on Jerry Springer getting her eyebrow pierced. So it was like the topping of such a weird, weird day, man. And we woke up the next day, and we went and told my brother we were out of there, man. We had nothing. There was nothing else for us there.
Wow, my wife is aghast apparently with her time. Cute.
Yeah, it was messed up for sure.
Oh, that's cool, man.
That was it though. That trip that started off, because it was like, I don't think I'm not gonna get too graphic, but I don't think too much happened in that hotel room. But I think the next night things did. So
Right.
that was the starting to our. If it wasn't for that night, who knows? Maybe I wouldn't be sitting here right now.
Right. Thank God for those freaks.
Yeah, right. That lady was like, I mean, I think old. She was probably like 50 or something. But it was weird. She wouldn't even look at you in the eye. She would look above you and she would talk to the spirit.
I've seen people like that.
Yes, that hovered above you. And I was like, no, you're just
They're
like
looking right above you. Like,
it was just
you look my eyes or something.
it was ridiculous. I was like, like, I had nothing. I didn't want nothing to do with her. And it wasn't even humorous. It was just annoying.
There
There
are adults who take advantage. They try to con, younger impressionable people.
Oh, she was probably homeless too. I mean, these are all like people at the bottom, at the end of their rope, that lived in this place. Obviously,
one of the weirdest things weirdest people that I ever, experienced in, firsthand was, it was when I was going to a lot of AA meetings, and I was, older. I was like in my late 40s. It was right around that time of the collapse that I told you about, around the turn of the century. And I was in the Daytona area, and there's a clubhouse that's a low end clubhouse. And, I met a younger woman that I liked and was friends. Nothing sexual. I wish it had, but nothing sexual ever happened between us. And I went to a place where she was, and one of the roommates was a woman who was maybe 5 to 10 years younger than me, but who was a very pronounced schizophrenic, probably off her medications. And at one point, while I was visiting there, she started talking to the air conditioning vent and telling it or them to stop it, but in a sort of a funny way. She wasn't too weird about it. And then I think it was another time, I don't think it was the same visit, I was over there, and she had taken a real lusting after me. At the time I weighed about 50, 60 pounds less than I do now, and I was still sort of buffed out. And when she went to act like sexy, it looked like a fucking demon. She looked just like a fucking demon.
Right.
She was like all weird, nasty. She was heavy set, and she was like looking upward, and as though she were trying to control her lust. And it was just the creepiest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yikes.
come out of a woman firsthand. I was like, oh, to myself. Of course I didn't do that physically, but I was just so disgusted by her. It was like, oh, and not scared immediately physically, but just I knew that she had a boyfriend that I knew about through the clubhouse, the AA clubhouse, and they had horrible domestic fights that had law enforcement involved between them, and I could imagine why. So anyway, that story goes into the pot.
Right. No comment on the jumbo demon woman.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I'm going to split, guys. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you're on UK time.
Speak to you later, guys. Speak to you next week.
It is. I mean, I'm happy sitting here still, Steve, but I imagine on your end, it's getting late. But
Saturdays, my kid's been reading with the wife, so like they already read.
You're free.
So I'm free. Yeah. Freedom. And I'm already looking around for somebody else like to join another stream. I'm like, well, let's see if this guy's going. Like, I don't know what it is.
That was good about the live leak when they used to stream, because there was always a show that you could jump in on.
That was a brief period of time, wasn't it? Like maybe a year.
Well, it was, and then they took it away, and then they brought it back, but they only they brought it back for everybody at first, but there was it was right at the time that one of the World Cup was going on, the soccer stuff, and there was somebody streaming the World Cup games, and and
Boom.
so they only let people that were they had the red star, which was only like, not many people. Did you have a red star, Cypher?
I did. No, never.
Oh,
Did.
you never had a. Why didn't you? You should have had a red star.
I should have.
Anyway, so it was basically, of the people that would stream, it was me that would stream, and that was it.
Right, right. I actually felt that the technical challenge was a bit, just like you've talked about how you had to really work to make the components of the streaming work. I felt that I would probably be overwhelmed by it. I mean, I've proven that I can do it, on it's not Discord, it's on Streamlabs, but I've never done it in front of an audience like you did, and I don't know if I could handle, I could probably figure out how to put the chat module over on the sidebar, and could figure out how to put the proper filters so that people couldn't just overtly put up, gross profanity. I mean, I know that there's filters that prevent obvious 4-letter words from going up there, but
no, there isn't. If you're in live chat, the 4-letter words go up.
Oh, really?
If you're on YouTube in live chat, that's totally fine, as long as it's not offensive.
I just
like
did.
in the say, racist sense or something, then it's fine.
Right. Can't do the racist.
I just said fuck.
Yeah, fuck will go in live.
Cunt, does that go?
Cunt goes. So it's going to show up.
We should test it out.
You have to look at the YouTube
I love
feed.
it when cunt goes.
Smokesteve, what racial slurs work?
No, none. 0. Let's look at the. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, all right. We're live. I'm looking at myself live. This is a trip. Let's look at the.
Oh, that's not far. That's not far off.
I'm looking at myself live.
That's only like a 4-second delay there. So.
Right.
Not much.
All right, so we'll switch to live chat. Let's see what we got here.
4-second delay there.
Right. All right, turn that down.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Oh yeah, Aphid, the fuck right there in the live chat.
It's in top chat because I don't even have live chat. I always forget to switch that over to live chat.
No, it's not in top chat. It's because you said it.
Oh, so it's not in top chat, but it's in live chat.
Live chat, I see it right here, and it is shocking.
Oh, Mr. Kill C1 was in there. I didn't even see him. I wonder if he's not in top chat.
No, top chat and live chat have the same people. It's just what they show from messages.
Yeah.
Same chat, more or less messages. Yep. It's a,
and not everything I don't think carries over into the StreamYard, chat. I don't think. I think that
does fuck.
No, I mean, it's not the words. I mean, not all the people.
Oh, yeah, fuck. It's right there.
Yeah, I see it.
Fuck. Cunt.
That's fine.
That's great.
Totally legit.
That reminds me of the Ben Stiller, when on the with the Robert De Niro, the comedies where he's taken off the plane, and you can't say bomb on a plane. Bombity bum 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 bum.
Yeah, right.
That was Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
The Parents.
The Fockers. Yeah.
Meet the Fockers was the first one. Yeah. No, wait. Meet the Parents was the first one.
Meet the Parents was the first one. Yeah.
And at the end of that, when he's on the plane, I think he's leaving his lady. He's leaving everything. That's when he loses it. Right. And that's when De Niro has to come and save him and say, you told them you had a bomb, you were going to blow up the plane, Greg?
Right.
And he's like, no, I didn't say that. Right.
Gaylord Fokker.
Exactly.
Shout out to Mr. Kill C1. I'm surprised he would call into Ron Vargas when he would do his show on Facebook. He should call in here some night.
Really? Kill C used to do that?
Yeah.
Damn.
He's good buddies with Ron Vargas. Fried chicken.
Yeah, I don't really know him.
Oh, he's a train wreck, man.
I know the name from, of course, Live Lake. I just don't know who the man is.
Did you ever see his live show?
I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. Was he big?
He's a it's what he does for a living. He does it for he had he was doing it for the Oakland Raiders for a while. So he's got like real good equipment and everything.
Was
And-
that the guy that fucking
I remember
irate prostate had doing the loop where he was drinking the soda, the Coke?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see it.
Oh shit! I thought he said Vargas, man.
could be.
He's got darker hair, kind of about my. He's got about my hairline.
Yeah.
No, clean shaven, but he's just he's something else. He's a cup of tea says he's a crackhead. Cup of Tea might be the only person that's been on every single live stream that's ever been associated with Live Leak whatsoever.
Has he always had that? That's a chicken, right? In his
that's because of an old Live Leaker, McGrande. They called him Turkey Neck.
Oh, that's a turkey.
So yeah, it's a turkey. So he changed it back then, and I guess he can't let the old joke die. He's still still going.
Mick Grande, not Mac Grande.
It was MC Grande,
right?
Because it's associated with his name.
I remember,
but
he was the guy who was watching the. No, it wasn't him. It was the other guy. Which was the one who was watching the chick jogging, like with his hood on and like the. That guy's cool. That was Gort Evans. Gort, right?
Yeah. He got in trouble.
That was on the news, man.
I know it was
like the local news.
Right. That guy's really, really a cool guy.
He was mortified.
Gort Evans. They came to his. He used to make videos all the time. They came to his. He worked at he was like a locksmith or something, but he was at like a automotive repair shop working, doing something, and the cops came there and he filmed it.
That's so funny. Yeah, the locksmiths they're always like, I know some locksmiths, let's just say that.
That guy's an interesting guy.
Yeah, I like
some
him.
Tosser. I wish he would come on here. He's a great guy too.
That's Mr. Some Tosser to you, right?
Well,
Same guy?
on here, yeah. But on Live Leak, he's just Some Tosser.
I see.
But he always did the Chronicles of Live Leak, and he always had that. You ever seen the clip of that Ukrainian angry kid that the mom takes his video game away, and he just goes crazy over it?
Yeah,
he would use that clip, and it would always be kind of like making fun of Live Leakers. Or Sloop. He had a lot of fun with Sloop.
Yeah, Sloop's the man. I always liked his stuff.
Sloop. He's just a good old boy. Like I said, last week when you asked how he was doing, I'll talk to him, and he's just, he lives on his, he lives out in the middle of nowhere in Iowa or Ohio. I always get those two confused. And,
he lives in the type of place where he can put his rifle on his shoulder in deer season and just walk out the back door and
walk into the post office.
Well, he told me he can hunt from his home. Well, not at his home, but there's deer all around over there, I think.
He told me he's not interested in going to like a Major League Baseball game or anything like that because he can't bring his firearm in there.
Yeah, you don't want to go uncovered.
What do you think his everyday carry is? Like probably like a 357?
I have no idea.
Revolver? Or
I don't know anything
old
about
school
guns, so I wouldn't even know.
Old school would be good.
Navy ball and cap.
But when I got a gun, and it's this old gun that was supposedly my father's, and he gave it to this guy, and he just showed up at a garage sale I was having and gave it back to me. And so I talked to him, and I'm like, at the time it was kind of when all that Live Leak crap was going around, and my wife wanted to get security cameras, she wanted to get a firearm, and she wanted to get a big dog. And I was talking to Sloop. I'm like, should I, sell this? Because he said it was worth money. And I'm like, should I sell this and get a better firearm? And he's like, no, it's been in your family, it's got history, with the type of gun it is. Yeah. He's like, just keep it and get yourself another firearm.
That Colt 1911 45 that I have my father's, pass me down, hand me down, is worth about $1,000. It's
That's a
$1,000.
sweet shooting gun, though, man. Those old ACP 45s. And they gave them to the Army guys because they might not kill the guy you're shooting up, but they'll knock him off his feet hard, and they slammed a person.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Sloop was telling me. He's like, it's a gun. He's like, it'll kill somebody. He's like, just get some ammo for it, and it's not going to be any different from any other gun you get. It's going to kill somebody.
So that's what you're talking about too, Aphid, a 45?
No, I don't know. I have it right here. If you know about guns, you'll be able to tell me. I don't know.
I know a little
Yeah,
bit.
show us the
What the
firearm.
hell's he going to pull out here?
All right.
An old
I'll bet
blunderbuss?
it's a 38. I'll bet it's a 38. No, that's not a 38.
Looked like a
That looks like a
semi-auto.
could be a
It started World War One.
that looks like it might be a friggin' is that big enough to be
I think it's.
that's a 1911, isn't it?
I
Check
think it.
nomenclature on it. That's too small to be a
Yeah,
1911.
can you just point the barrel towards us, even though normally you would never do that? Wow.
That's a 3. That's not a 9, is it?
Here's the clip.
What's the
thing.
name of it? You should be able to see.
Yeah, I looked it up at the time. It started World War One.
Is that thing German, dude? Is that?
It says Brevetta.
Beretta.
Beretta.
No.
Yeah.
Brevete.
Beretta.
And then it's in French. It says Fabrique Nationale.
Wow. Shit, that
Herstal.
is worth something. That's got to be worth it if it's jeez, man.
And
Look at old Aphid, man.
Here's the
yeah, it's a little bit. That's what the heck caliber is that?
my brother-in-law told me because he said you can get bullets for it and just plop them in there.
Yeah.
And the guy told me that he had fired it,
You
so
have that
he's like, it's safe.
No, it's not backwards.
Yeah, it's in there.
Have you
And then
had
you
a
pull it like
gunsmith?
this.
Have you had a gunsmith? Work it,
Pull like that.
work it up. Yeah. That's a slide. Yeah.
No, I haven't taken it anywhere. I talked to Sloop. That was it.
I would have.
Oh, wait, here we go. The FN Browning is a single-action semi-auto pistol from 1896 by John Browning for Fabrique Nationale
Yep, that's
de
it.
Herstel.
Yep, that's it.
Produced in Belgium, United States, mass, barrel length. Cartridge it's a 32. Okay, 7.65 by 17.
So what kind of, if I go buy bullets for it, what do I tell them?
You want
32 caliber.
30? Yeah.
Hold on, let me write that down.
And you don't want to fire that until you have a gunsmith work it up.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it could be. The 45, the Colt 45 1911 that I have was not fireable. It was rusted. It had never been fired for, 90, 80, 40, 60, 80 years.
So that's
somewhere around between 70 and 80 years, and they rust. They get.
That's a 32 ACP. That's the round automatic Colt pistol. That's the one you want to get. So
if I go and say, "Hey, give me some 32 cals."
32 ACP, just so that you know they're
ACP?
good. Yeah, you want them to be nice and tidy bullets. You don't want a big lead ball on the head. You want this is an auto loader. You want them to be nice, tidy, clean rounds.
Okay. But yeah, if you look at the history of that gun, it started. That guy shot some guy. Here, I'll look it up. He shot some guy with that gun and started World War One.
Oh, that would be the Archduke.
Yes, that's the guy. That's the guy.
model of
That's the
gun.
guy. Yeah, not that exact
Model. Because there are historical guns, and those historical guns have enormous value.
Massive.
So, Yeah.
But that one I looked up and it does it. I mean, I think like 500 was the low end. I think I could be wrong.
Yeah.
It's been a while. It's been a couple years since I looked it up.
It's a vintage. It's a vintage.
That has a blowback, action, which I just read about. I don't know about that blowback action, like George was just saying. I think this whole thing probably does a big levering action when it fires. You definitely want to make sure that's all clean before that happens.
Yeah.
Can you cock it? Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, he did that and pull the trigger. He did that.
Well, it looks nice and smooth.
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's.
Well, he said the guy
sucker's
said
ready to go. Load her up and fucking blast off, homie.
Yeah, you can hear it,
dude. That should be your first alt feed video.
Okay, all right. Yeah, my brother-in-law's got some property out now.
Cocked right now. Pull the trigger.
Nope.
No,
just
I'm wrong.
wear eye protection
Better
and
safe than sorry.
A hat.
I think you got me on full screen still.
Oh, damn, I do. Yeah, I had myself on one time, and my wife was like, "Take yourself off. You've been on full screen for like 20 minutes." I'm like, what? I am.
So, the history of this gun was that my mom's side of the family, her uncle was mixed with the mafia. He wasn't. I'm German Irish, but he was Italian.
Cup says a G.
Oh, hey, thanks, Cup of Tea.
I agree.
And he had a bar that had illegal activity going on. And in fact, my mom says it was a brothel or whatever.
Wow.
And that was the protection under the bar. And so when my dad he died, and my dad inherited, well, my mom inherited it, and my dad had it, and he thought that he was like worried that the serial number was gonna that he was gonna get like that it was used for some criminal activity or something. So he sold it to this guy that he worked at McDonnell Douglas before they got bought by Boeing. This is like 40 years ago. And this guy just so happened to come to a garage sale of mine about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And he's like, we got to talking and you know, somehow it came about who my father was. And he's like, I worked with him for, you know,
back to the family.
And he's like, actually, he sold me this gun. And I remember my dad, when I was a kid, that he was trying to unload this gun because he was worried about the history of it. So I talked to Sloop about it, and I'm like, do I need to like go to the government and tell them I have this gun? And he's like, no, you live in a state where you don't need to tell anybody you got that gun, and there's nothing that can come about. And I'm like, really? That's sweet.
Does it still have the serial on it, or it didn't get filed off?
I mean, I don't.
Good. You want it to have the serial on it. It's not going to get taken away from you if you take it to a gun shop.
Where do I find the serial number? There's three different
approximately where you should see it.
3 different numbers. There's one there, one there, and then
I would think it would be that last one.
I think they're the same number.
Well, then that would be it.
Yeah, 7515. Oh, the top says 75. Yes, 7515. Yeah, they're all the same number.
So that's probably the production run. That's the 7.
So they're probably on the 3 different pieces of the gun. So that way you can tell which piece came.
That would matter for value.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Sweet.
That's all very interesting. Hell, you know, that's a good vintage, you know, piece of weaponry you got there.
Right.
Well, yeah, it turns out
Cup
was talking about your 1911 as a grand.
I was offered 900 for it 5 years ago. So yeah, I know it is. You know, I was at a gun show and I took it to a gun show to have it, you know, just to have it, you know, to display. And, you know, when you go to a gun show, they make sure that it's not fireable. They put a real thick band into it. They clear it, put a thick, you know, plastic band into it. And that way, you know, if you're going to try to go psycho on the gun show, you know, that you got to go through multiple steps to get
Where's to where the plastic band? I don't understand.
It goes into the slide and through, you know, in such a way that the action can't work.
I see.
You know, on the weapon.
Basically like a giant zip tie or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
And Yeah, I was carrying it around, and I told the story. This big guy comes up. He's just sort of semi creepy. He's about 6'2", weighs about 270 or 80 or more, and he starts glomming onto the gun. He's snogging on it, man. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I'll give you 900 for it." It's like, no, it's okay. I'm just here to, show it. Wanted to show it off. I was actually supporting a political candidate. We had a mayor, an ex-mayor, who was running for a representative, a House representative seat, and that was when I was doing my political shtick, pretty heavily. And it was before the 2016 election, and I briefly got involved in the guy's campaign, and then it turned out he had this weird debt related to being on the board of directors of a family corporation that owed somebody a lot of money, like about $300,000, and that
Oof.
was going to torpedo his candidacy. So he dropped the candidacy. So that's that story. Anyway, he was campaigning at the gun show, and I, as one of his campaign volunteers, I went to the gun show with him, and then I took the 1911 with me, the 45, and this guy, like I said, offered me $900 for it.
Cup of tea is a wealth of knowledge over there in the chat.
Yes, he is. It goes along with the bullshit that he sometimes comes up with. I'll pay for that,
If someone's offering you 900, I would say they're probably confident in their mind that it's worth 15 out of the gate.
It was really weird. I had this when I had the gun worked on by a gunsmith at a gun shop. I'm there, and I was thinking, at the time, I could use the cash. I might try to just sell it. And the guy just was so disrespectful. I go, well, how much will you give me for it? And he gave me a figure as like either 250 or $3. And I go, you just told me it was worth a lot more than that. He goes, well, got to do a markup. And I go, what the fuck? What kind of idiot do you think I am?
Right.
I mean, that's how they are. Like, if you watch Pawn Stars, you ever watch that?
Yeah.
But usually they give you half.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think he would have been
said 500.
But no. I think he just thought that I might have been, a mark, a sucker. And I didn't quite fit that line. I did just take a bath in the fucking stock market, though. They had a big tech stock shakeout. Over the last 4 days, it went up a little bit on Friday, but I got the classic shakeout. I had to protect the principal, and I mean I had tens of thousands of dollars of profit taken off the table, and all of a sudden I was getting ready to start taking a loss, and I said, fuck this, and I got shaken out of my position. God damn it. I hate it, that they did that, but that happens.
I used to make fun of that Bitcoin, but I was thinking of taking all my my PayPal money because I saw you could just transfer it into Bitcoin. I'm like, well, it don't increase on PayPal, so I might as well just throw it towards Bitcoin.
It's a hard call to make. I mean, I thought that at 30,000 it was going to be, stagnating, and it ain't stagnating. And
I was making fun of it like a year ago. I was
yeah.
I was comparing it to like Trump's approval rating.
I've been skeptical of it ever since it started, and
I never thought I was going to do anything. I laughed at people, and look at me now. Look, that thing is like, I didn't pay attention until somebody brought it up, and I was like, well, let me see what this is worth now. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, amazing. Dude, think about it. Like a few years ago, well, not a few, but a while back at the dawn of Bitcoin, there were like gamer contests that would give away like 5 Bitcoins to like the 5th place or 4th place. Like it was cash prizes, and then you would get multiples of Bitcoins as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th people. Like, and those people had multiple Bitcoins that would be worth, I don't know, what is it at right now? It was,
I don't know.
Was around 40 something not long ago.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Grand.
I was just looking on
Coin.
Skype. I misunderstood what Cup of Tea said. I thought he said that the 1911 wasn't worth 1,000, and that's not at all what he said. He was saying it's worth more than 1,000. And yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he meant what he was saying no about is because I mistook before when he said 1,000. I thought he was talking about aphid, but then he clarified that he's saying no. I'm sure Cyphers is worth 1,000 plus at least.
Cup of Tea would be caught dead saying something positive about me before.
All right.
Cup of Tea's been trolling me since the dawn of man.
Yet seems to be a somewhat, amicable relationship with.
My wife is a big fan of his, surprisingly.
Yeah, my wife is too. The guy's quick
all
on
the shit he's given me over the years, and my wife. It was funny because Cup of Tea, I always gave him shit because he knew every guy. Like he clarified that it's a buzzard that his picture is because of McAndre, obviously, but he acted like he knew every bit of gossip about every single person on Live Leak. But if you went to the Cup of Tea account that he used for these live shows and stuff, he only had 3 comments on Live Leak. So he's another person on Live Leak that we probably all know. But he only goes by Cup of Tea for some reason in the live shows, and he's never revealed. Well, at one point he trolled me and said he was neocon Zionist, but I knew that wasn't true because I believe the Cup of Tea is really legitimately from England, and I know that neocon Zionist was not from England.
So the mystery deepens.
I don't know. For all these years, I have no idea who Cup of Tea is, but I'm pretty sure that I probably know his Live Leak account under a different name.
It's a chicken. No, it's a turkey.
It's a buzzard.
Turkey
buzzard.
Yeah, it's a buzzard because that's what they call. Because Mr. Grande or McGrande, they call him balcony buzzard because he would sit on his balcony and he'd film.
I don't know. I don't think that's a buzzard, man. I know turkey vultures. That doesn't have the right.
Well, that picture is a common picture that they would use to troll McGrande with. They trolled him because they thought his wife was a man, which she does have. She does have, and McGrande would put her. Oh, Topple's back. McGrande would put
Topple.
Yeah, McGrande would put his wife on camera, and that was a big mistake. And she obviously had fake breasts, and they gave him
if he hadn't flaunted his elite status, he might have been halfway accepted. But McGrande.
The beginning of McGrande's problem was that he supported Live Seal after Live Seal said he would have sex with a 12-year-old or whatever it was, and that was the what they used to really.
I heard that he also on a live stream of some sort.
that's McGrande's wife, by the way.
on a live stream, he told somebody that he'd slit his throat.
Who?
McGrande told somebody else that he said, "I'll slit your fucking." Something like that.
No, I think it was a video that he made.
Oh, look at this. Topple being biased. He's not here to defend himself.
Topple, the first time in Topple's life, he's standing up. He's standing up for McGrande.
Oh, I love it. Maybe Topple's Cup of Tea. He did seem to appear when we were talking about who is Cup of Tea. No, but Topple, no way.
Cup of Tea is shitlocks. Yeah, but see, Smokesteve doesn't know these background. Shitlocks was a. As soon as the whole Live Seal thing happened, Shitlocks went to every single person's page and they videotaped. the conversation and put it on every single person.
Yeah, Shitlocks, I don't know. I do recognize the name Live Seal.
I stayed out of that whole fucking melodramatic weirdness. you know.
Well, unfortunately, it was me arguing with Live Seal when he
I mean,
admitted that, so it was hard for me to stay out of it.
Topple does have a point that he can't defend himself, but still.
Topple could give a shit about.
Now, Nathan, remember? I'm sure. Obviously, I know you do. The big, huge Mexican guy or whatever he was, who looked like he was in a gang, MS-13. What the hell was his name?
That guy,
Big Earn.
Yeah.
Oh, Big Earn. Yeah, he's still around. He's Ernesto Trump nowadays, but
is he in your crew where you guys have your little Zoom call meeting every week?
Well, I wouldn't say it's like my crew, but no. I mean, I think he is in that call, but so is Live Seal, and neither one of them ever go in there. There's over 100 people in that call, and there's only like a core group of people that ever call into it.
Who's this? Topple thinks I'm somebody? No. I was always Smokesteve.
No. Topple should call back in here and talk about the old live
Big Earn.
days.
Big Earn was funny, and when the way he talked, he sounded way more like redneck than what he looked like. You know, it was kind of funny, like his accent and stuff. And that Scherström video made it onto like TMZ or whatever the equivalent was.
Which one?
Time.
Which one?
Scherström, the fermented herring that was in the can.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. Yeah.
That's a famous one. The guy, he blew up from that, man. It was pretty damn smart.
Well, I mean, he did. I think I talked about this a couple months ago on here, but there was he live streamed back when they brought the live stream back. He was a Red Star, so he was able to live stream, and he live streamed with his girlfriend or wife or whatever. Yeah, I don't think Big Earn's the best guy in the world.
Is that true? Right?
He's got a pretty bad past, and I think especially how he treated his ex-wife. But anyway, back to the story. He downed like it was a fifth of Jack. I don't know what they.
Oh yeah, I remember.
He couldn't throw it up, and I thought the guy was going to die in his bathroom. You could hear it because they were off cam, but you could hear their audio still, and he was live. And it was disturbing, man. He kept telling her, "I can't throw up, I can't throw up," and he was trying to gag. And
you know who he was trying to emulate?
Well, him and Shoe Nice had that thing going on for a while.
But Shoe Nice, if he was really doing it, had done it like 20 times before that.
Yeah, Shoe Nice, man.
If Shoe Nice was real, that's some of the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Who was the other really big Hispanic guy who wore the professional wrestler?
That's who I thought he was talking about at first.
I
can't think of his name.
It was the black mask with the sort of
Big Shark?
Yeah, Big Shark. He doxed me too.
Well, some people called Big Shark.
He did. Well, that's not good.
Well, because there's a Facebook live leak channel, which I thought was safe, even after all that trouble that I had, which I was wrong with thinking that. And he was in that group. So as soon as I joined, he went on live leak and started saying my name. And then when I went into the trigger warning shows, he would come on there. And he would just keep calling me I just ignored him, but he would just keep calling me by my real name. And I'm just like, and that guy was so nice to me. You know, he confided in me and he's like, how do you make money on live? And I'm like, dude, I don't make no money. If you think you're going to make money off live leak, then just give it up. You know, it's not going to happen. And, you know, he was cool to me and he was a creepy dude, but I was, you know, there was definitely creepy people on live leak, but you know, it's not like you were friends with them by just not going off on them. You know, you understood that they were creepy and that they were capable of stuff that you didn't agree with. And you just kept them at arm's length instead of, you know, like people like McGrande that just didn't understand they would provoke people into doing bad things, where you would just get a sense of they were not good and you would try to just be cordial with them, but not, you know, be their buddy or something. And there's a fine line that you would have to walk, but that dude was one of them. And I interviewed, there was a guy called Motorcycles Vancouver, and he always tried to make he was like this good guy, biker guy from Vancouver. And I did on one of my live shows, I interviewed him, and that Big Shark guy was bragging to me about how he trolled his wife and everything. And I'm just like, you know, I didn't want to come out and be like, dude, you're wrong, you know, because it's not my business, you know, but I just would just kind of ignore them and keep them at arm's length. And
Guess who's back? Guess who's
there he
back? Guess who's back? Wow.
See, why are you getting good conversations when I get off? We're not talking about 70s movies no more.
So that guy was like, he was bragging to me about how he trolled this dude's wife on and her family, and I'm like, dude, man, I mean, come on. But that big shark guy, that's how he is. So you know,
Smokesteve, if you wanted, you could keep all the cameras active and shut off the show, and then we could really talk shop.
Smokesteve's not ashamed of.
No,
no reason to be.
Do you want me to do that?
I don't know. What do you think, you guys? I mean,
I'm about to take a shower. I just heard the conversation. That's why I jumped on.
You gotta take a golden shower. Is what you're gonna do.
Yeah,
that's right. That's
Dude,
right.
I got a bladder full right now. If you want to come on over. I was just thinking earlier. Unfortunately, Cypher this got into a story, and I was like, man, it's so great that the weather is finally broken. I can go outside and take a piss in my backyard.
So, golden showers. Were you live leak early, like when these guys are talking about?
Yeah, I've been around.
He knows more about the live shows than anybody else that was on here, like Jackie and Live Seal
and all them.
LaGrande. He knows
so your name that you use in the chat, is that what you went by back then?
Topo 215.
Yeah, you had a different name, didn't you?
And then Down in a Hole.
Yeah,
I had a name. I had a name before that I don't talk about, but
and then you an Alice in Chains fan?
A big Alice in Chains.
Yeah. And then I went to Greg Topple after someone tried to dox me, and they kept calling me Greg Topple, so I made a new name called Greg Topple. So,
so that I'd estimate conservatively no fewer than, I'd say about 50 people on Live Leak probably know exactly who I am. And, that checked me out in general, listened to what I had to say. And, I've been pretty unscathed all in all, by the Live Leak, crews that, float around.
Well, if you made opinion videos, then you would get more people that would want to attack you. That's when you get into the trouble, is when you throw out an opinion that's going to upset somebody, that's when, because I didn't make opinion, I made like different videos on different topics and stuff, but not like about political stuff or something.
On the
like
message
that.
boards, I was, hell on wheels, for a period of time. I was nasty as can be. And I mean, when I stopped, I was being nasty, and I just, it's like, okay, it's time for a new gig.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
I was always down to do. I wanted to do USAs and all that, but I just saw how the people were getting treated. So
that's unfortunate. Yeah. It's unfortunate too, because that community was awesome. You had some Tosser and Gort.
It's odd
a bunch of different people doing different stuff.
Felt entitled to attack you sayers. It was your sayers. It was very strange. I couldn't figure out the sense of entitlement that would give people that sense. And I guess it's just
I think it's when
state of mind.
I think a lot of people discovered this sort of thing around that time, and frankly, sometimes you go into a place and be just this freewheeling person, and occasionally, it was easy to be an asshole because it didn't feel like you were talking to human beings sometimes.
It seemed like the worst offenders were the socks that had 2007 inception dates,
Well, they were some of the ones that people would just keep befriending too, and then thought that they were so awesome and had their own channel. Little did they know they were, behind so much nefarious shit.
It's like it's matters of principle. It no longer, none of the personalities themselves bother me. When you got over 7 billion people in the world, what are you going to do? Take it up and just get obsessed about 20 or 30 of them.
Right. I didn't want to give him credit at the time for doing it, but Nuka Gay Whale is responsible for Live Leak not being what it is. Or not being what it was. He's the biggest culprit of that.
No.
Yes, he is.
No.
Nuka, I don't think you understand what all that guy is behind.
Interesting. I don't.
What all
but-
is he behind, Aphid?
He's behind all my troubles. Him
Oh,
and
I think it's
Schmeebly, which turned into
Stop doxing
embeddability.
him. Stop doxing him.
That's so funny. That dude couldn't wait to mess up my life. And then you go back to his old accounts, and he's standing outside of his house with his address right behind his head. So me showing his old videos.
Idiots.
My
Not my
favorite
fault.
was Magrande got mail from somebody. I forget who it was. Did a USA or whatever. Showed the envelope with the address on it. And I messaged him out like, hey, you might want to edit this. He came back with an asshole remark.
Oh, I'm
like,
sure he was.
I'm like, I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to whatever.
That guy still to this day, is
he on there?
No, but he's on
Wow.
he's on Twitter, and like I'll say something, and then like 3-4 days later and it's always some stupid meme or something that he has to say, like, and I'm just like, I'm never gonna respond to you. It's been this long.
He was going to call the cops on me one time. So
that guy.
True that one of the leakers, took a motorcycle down to his place and hung out outside his condo.
no, that wasn't. No, I think he's talking about me when I was doing work down there, and I just made funny comments toward him, not direct threats or anything. And then that's when he said, "I'm going to have my police buddies look for Pittsburgh tags," which I live in Pennsylvania. It's not Pittsburgh tags, so I don't know.
You can definitely there's when that trouble starts, if you acknowledge that it's happening, it just motivates them even more. So,
Yeah. And actually, I went Greg. I start calling myself Greg Topple because that's what he kept going after me with. Like, I know your name. I'm like, yeah, keep saying it. It's not my name.
he definitely didn't. He didn't know how to handle it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He just instigated it more and more.
Well, the North Florida guy is actually one of my favorite live leakers. I'm not even going to say he's had a few different names. Some of them have the number 7.
Sevens, yeah.
And I like that person a lot. He's a cool guy in my book anyway.
Yeah, he's always been cool.
It seemed like he may have been one of the participants in the Magrande debacles.
Well, I don't know if he was so much. I mean, it's mostly Australians.
Oh, look at that little guy! All right. What kind of terrier is that?
Rat terrier.
Rat terrier. All right, just the right size.
Oh, rat! Oh, I missed him. Can you hold him up again? Come, get up there, you little fucker.
He's about the same
now
size
she needs a
as a. What's the other little terrier that's so popular about that size?
Join me on. All right, right here, dude. You want to come on? This is late, but
who's is that really? Are you really her uncle?
Yeah, and
seriously, she's your niece.
She's really not paying attention to the rules regarding names here.
Oh no! Well, I mean, you just kind of threw her under the bus.
Yeah, well, it's all right. What do we have? We're down to 13. And
that all went right by me, and I'm sober. He's like, I didn't even hear that.
I don't know. Cup of Tea's still here. He might tell the wrong people.
Don't do it, Cup of Tea.
Don't trust that guy.
Well, fix it, and she'll be good. Oh, he's cute. He looks like a Jack Russell.
That's what I was trying to think of as Jack Russell. Yeah,
They just have hair all over their faces, though. This one's just straight, short hair.
The hair's back. Watch out! He could turn on you, dude. Take your nose off. He's got like half Jack Russell, half Chihuahua.
Did he get your wire there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got your wire.
Does he have bad breath?
No, we brush her teeth.
Oh God, that's so.
You really?
Yeah. She's a color and she likes to lick, so we brush her teeth.
Oh, you have to, because those little dogs with the needle teeth,
Their breath is like dragon breath, like a drunk Irishman after pot roast and beer the next day. It's horrible.
What do you use like a regular toothbrush and regular toothpaste, or is there special stuff for that?
My wife buys it. I'm not 100% sure. And then she gets dental treats in the morning. So,
all right. Well, that's pretty cool. Teeth cleaning treats. That's good.
all right, I'm going to jump in the shower. Just called in because I heard a little lively gossip. So that's what I joined in for.
All right, buddy.
I'll see you guys next week.
See you, man.
All right, later.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be scooting soon too.
What a nice fella.
What is it? 10:30. This is the longest show you've ever had, Steve.
It is the longest. Yeah.
Yeah. Far
There was a one of when Trigger Warning was still doing it. I think it went for like 5.5 hours.
Yeah. I think the one that Biscuit shaved his eyebrows off.
That might be one of them.
That Xenadrine's working on me, so I'm like, my eyes are wide open.
Right.
They call those uppers around here, I think.
Yeah, it's basically just mega caffeine. If I didn't have the friggin' blood pressure medication, I'd be in trouble.
Yeah, like you said earlier, you got one going against the other. So.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely, it definitely makes me sweat and makes my nose run. So it's like a what do they call those things? That the diuretic. It's got a diuretic effect to it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
All right, you guys are
right.
on your own. Take care, guys.
Right,
I'm out of here.
All right, buddy. Take care. Well, I guess on that, I might as well just go ahead and bring it to an end,
good
buddy.
Show, Steve. Appreciate it. As always, thanks for hosting.
Thank you, man. We'll catch you next week.
Next week.
You got it. Bye. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and end this. Sorry, anyone who didn't get to make it near the end there. I got my little mini guitar here. Does not stay in tune. So on that, I'll put away my tiny untuned guitar and say good night to everybody. Thank you for coming. Hit that thumbs up. We're glad that you were all here, and it was a good one. Good night. Goodbye.